Hello everyone. Welcome to Norway Chess Classical 2023 and today is day 4. And what do we have? Guys, there is a poll there. So, what have you selected? What is your prediction? I'm very keen to know, but it's the most exciting day. We have Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen, and Gukesh is white, Magnus Carlsen is black. What do you think, guys? He's going to play e4, d4, c4. Any guesses there? Please do like the stream as soon as you join because it's oh my god, e4 by Gukesh. He has gone for e4. d4 is his main thing, but he's gone for e4. Magnus goes calm move e5, no Sicilian or French business. e4. Oh, Nikhil, your guess has been right. क्या बात है? Knight f3. So Rai Lopez or Italian? Guys, very quickly, once again. खेल के पहले बता दो तो मजा ही आ जाएगा. But are you excited? Gukesh and Magnus once again in blitz, in Norway blitz. Gukesh had beaten Carlsen. So here in classical, it's a big challenge. He goes for Italian. Array Scotch nahi Mukul. Okay, knight f6, d3 there. Magnus, will he develop the bishop on c5, this diagonal, or is he going to keep his bishop here, or is he going to delay the development of the bishop? That's what we are going to see. And we also have one more exciting match today, which is Anish versus Nakamura. Just to quickly show you, they have, Nakamura has gone for Sicilian and Anish has played Rosolimo. क्या बात है. This is also going to be very very exciting there. By the way, we have Firuza versus Caruana. Caruana is the sole leader and he has gone for French. So that's all. But we're going to focus on Gukesh versus Magnus. आप लोग कैसे हो? How are you guys? Do like the stream. Let people know that today it's Gukesh versus Magnus. Let's cheer and say go Gukesh. Magnus goes bishop c5. After a minute of thought, Gukesh goes with c3, castle, rook e1, the typical, I think, opening. I'm just wondering why did Magnus took even a minute here. Hello, Harsh Chauhan. Italian. Raghav, where is Mr. Shah? He's at Nagpur. Right now, he's ran away from me. So, yeah. Go Gukesh, says Amit Gaming. Bishop g5 has been played by Gukesh. He has not gone for castle or anything. Okay. Here, castle is the main move. But Gukesh goes bishop g5. A question is, if Magnus goes h6, then will Gukesh take on f6 or will Gukesh retreat the bishop? What do you think, guys? And poll क्या कह रहा है? What's our poll saying? Let me check. Chat, what is the prediction today? Was the poll Gukesh beats Magnus 43%, Magnus beats Gukesh 38%, and Armageddon is only 18%, which just right now turned 19. Okay, that's the prediction. Guys, which color do you like if it is Armageddon? Do you think it is preferable for black because even a draw is good for him? Or do you think white has a bigger advantage? What is your opinion on that? Maybe we should also do a poll there. But bishop g5 has been played and Magnus is once again thinking. It means possibly he's not expecting this, is it? e4, e5. By the way, if you remember, Nakamura had played in Armageddon with Magnus. Which opening? Do you remember? c3, d6 and bishop g5 by Gukesh. अरे क्या बात है. Aryan, King's Gambit, Aditya. Yes, f4. For Armageddon, what are you guys preferring? Black, white, black, white. Oh, clearly majority prefers black. because I think, yeah, it's a big deal. Yeah, draw a result which is a draw is actually considered as a win. I also think it's preferable for black. Um, Magnus goes h6 and Gukesh doesn't think much, goes bishop h4. Sentel says, ma'am, can you ask today difficult questions? Yes. How big is Earth, you think? Well, that's not difficult. But I will ask difficult questions and easy questions, all types of questions for everybody. क्योंकि आज सबने देखना चाहिए. It's Gukesh versus Magnus. Bishop h4 there. Gukesh has played. Gukesh is prepared. Shall we check in chess base? Because why is Magnus taking it calm? Magnus is taking it a bit calm there. So let's go to chess base and see what's happening there. Okay, there it is. Bishop g5, you see, by Gukesh. But if I go a move back, then you can see the main moves are castle and bishop b3, knight bd2, and bishop g4 in comparison is definitely less. Of course, it's popular now. You see Magnus himself has played that with Aronian. अनीश के बारे में तो क्या ही बोले. जहाँ देखे जहाँ तेरी ये नज़र है. अनीश वही है. So Anish, Grishchuk, Firuza, Vishy has... Oh, in fact, Gukesh has also played with Tabatabai. So Magnus definitely knows that, can expect that Gukesh can play this. Pragnananda has played. So h6 was played by Magnus and Gukesh goes back bishop h4. So here, will Magnus go g5 or will he go something else? a6, queen e7, there are the plans. Let's check on the board right now what Magnus is thinking. Yes, Magnus is still thinking. He's gone down to 1 hour 54 minutes. Was he in a party mode? Yesterday was a rest day. Arey, sorry guys, chat भूल गई मैं, भूल ही गई. Harsh Chavan says black in general for Armageddon, but if Nihal playing white. I like it. Positional then tactical question, says Rima. Aryan says I'm gonna study 1 or 2 chapters then come back. Hope the result will be good. It depends when you will come back. How long will it take for you to study those chapters? Can we see the playing hall? No, not here. Maybe on the official site. You can check. Oh, Himang says Anish and Norderbeck's team won the custom sweater knitting competition yesterday at Norway Chess. Arre, kya baat hai Himang? And what happened to Gukesh? Magnus, can you give an update on that as well? Do we have an article yet? Okay, so bishop h4 and Magnus is still thinking. In the meantime, let us also check. Okay, firstly, I think Magnus might go g5. That's the reason he might be thinking for so long. He goes a5. He goes a5 after how much of thought? 5 minutes. After thinking 5 minutes. a5 is the move. Has it been played? Has it been played, guys? Oops, sorry there. Yeah. So let's see a5. Look, a6 and g5 were the main moves. He goes for a5. And once again, Anish has played a5 quite a lot. Interesting. So Magnus definitely was trying to think what he can play, which maybe Gukesh is not expecting as the primary thing. That should be possible. You can see Gukesh has options of knight bd2, knight a3 over here. These are the two ways he can play knight bd2, bishop a7, castle, g5, bishop g3. And anyway, black, not necessarily even if he plays g5 he's gonna go long castle or anything. In fact, black will go short castle there. And for castle, for rook e1, knight h7, if we look at these plans here, this is how black can play. And Gukesh has actually said to Magnus that, okay Magnus, I am giving you a free thing there. Do you want to attack? That's what he's asking. Do you want to attack? So it's interesting that the game is not going to be like any normal game. It's going to get like a bloodbath, I guess. It's highly possible. A5 castle by Gukesh there. Himang says Gukesh and Wesley teamed up, but there were no top 3 spots like that, I guess. Okay. A4 asks A3. There are 2 questions, A4 and A3. Instead of castle, maybe that's what you wanted to play, A4. Possible. Also A3, I'm not sure, because are you not worried about A4? Not really. So yeah, so possible. Both the moves are possible. Gukesh goes castle. I think he's going to go for a simple development with knight bd2, rook e1, knight f1. That's something he's going to go for with the idea of getting the central break by d4. So let's see what Magnus is going to play. But Magnus is thinking, and already 8 minutes difference between Gukesh and Magnus's time. And Daniel says, sorry I'm late. That's okay. No walkover over here. So don't worry. Let's go to Anish versus Nakamura, because they played Rosolimo, and that is another very, very interesting matchup there. Bishop c6, bc6 castle, bishop g7. If you remember, with Magnus, Nakamura had a very quick draw with white. So let's see what happens here. Rook e1, queen c7, d3, e5, still the opening. They are in opening. C3 is the move here, but there is another move as well. B4, which Firuza had played against Pragnananda. Wow, that's pretty cool. B4, yeah. And for CB4, the point is you go A3. And if BA3, bishop A3, and there you have the compensation in hand, basically. Next, you are gonna play D4, open the center with the rook in the center on E file. Wow, these open files there. Nice pieces. So that is a cool opening there happening in Anish versus Nakamura. In Gukesh versus Magnus, Magnus is still thinking for castle. He is wondering, is it the right time for G5 or not? Or should he pin the knight? There are a few questions here. Devjyoti says Dubai Open matches are also going fire. Acha, Arjun might beat Yangi, and the second board game is uncharacteristically tricky. Okay, interesting. We will definitely try to check that out as well. So Magnus is thinking, that's cool, 10 minutes difference. Let's go to other games to know. Oh my god, what's happening here? Already a lot of things. Maybe they had a martial opening. Yeah, this was a martial where you give the e5 pawn sacrifice for getting the attack. If you just look at this square here, just focus on this square. White has no pieces, and this guy here is definitely a weak point there. Also the development is bad, so that is the compensation. Bishop f5. So everything is opening. It's a highly developed theory there. So generally people know 30-40 moves. Queen e1 check, bishop g6, queen d1. That's between Aryan Tari and So Wesley. Possible that this could go in early Armageddon. Between Ali Reza and Caruana. Oh my god, the king is on d8. What kind of opening are we looking here? French. Okay, that's cool. How many of you in the chat play French? Bishop e3 takes, knight d4, queen b6 there, completely entering into a disco. But the whole point is, to give a disco, this piece needs to be protected, which means there is only one disco which is possible as such, because there is no check to the king. And knight f5 is right now not going to give you anything much. So queen d2 there, giving this pawn. Oh, he actually takes it. Fabiano actually takes the b2 pawn. Rook b1, so that's a poison pawn. French player, says Chaitanya. Nikhil says I play against French. Matlab you play e4. Okay, queen goes back to a3 and the knight goes to b5. But look at the bar, guys. This is so funny. Already you see that the queen is here, the king is on e8, and knight b5 looks so attractive with the threats like knight c7. In spite of that, the bar says no, black is doing absolutely fine because black is greedy. He is 2 pawns up. Now what does white have for that? Because one question to all of you. Why is knight c7 check a mistake? I mean, here of course you'll go king. Shit, I should have asked you. King d8 is the only move. But what is the reason? Can you tell me? Hi Amruta, will you participate in a chess boxing event if given an opportunity? Ask Sadikul. No, I don't think so, Sadikul. I won't. Though I sometimes do feel like, why did I not learn boxing when my dad is a boxer? So, yeah, but now it's too late. Any member in Norway, Vinayak? No, we don't have anybody in Norway. Daniel says, I just saw the video of Nigel Short beating Ronak with the French. Ah, okay. You were seeing the games. Yeah, you can check out the games. They are the full games and try to think. It's really... Exactly, the rook is hanging. Well done. Levi, Nikhil, Ujwal. Absolutely. Harshita. Well done, well done. So that is the whole point. If you take the thing, then your rook is also hanging, and that too with a check. And this knight की तो nightmare हो गई. So इसके लिए going back, he played rook d1, rook goes to b8 now. He had to save. Check, king d8, the knight goes back to b5 and knight c5. And you see this position here, very very unique position where the king is in the center. But why can it be in the center? Currently, why can it be in the center for now and be safe? Because the center is closed. But when your opponent's king is in the center, what do we usually try to do? We try to open the center. And what are the 2 pawn breaks which white is going to, try to look out for? Because this king is in the center and he will try to make it work. He will constantly be alert for those 2 breaks, either of them or both of them. Which are the 2 breaks here in this scenario? Yes, Rohan, one is f5, but the other one, yes, Senthil, well done. c4 and f5, absolutely. Nikhil, Levy, correct. You have to be alert to break the center because at that point of time you're not worrying about material जा रहा है या ऐसा कुछ. If the files are opening, because all you would want is to expose the king. And this knight gave a check, dislocated the king and has come back. So black should be able to... Caruana is prepared. You see he has 1 hour 55 minutes and he has captured these 2 pawns and he's very well prepared here. So he knows how to deal with this king in the center. He has taken a big risk and it's going to be worth it with black for him if he manages to beat Ali Reza or even hold, because he is right now in the lead. So this game we should keep a check because of very interesting opening. For a moment, if I go back to Magnus, if he has played, yeah, okay, for bishop h4 he played a5 that we saw, castle, and Magnus went bishop d7, still after thinking 7 to 8 minutes. Now that seems kind of huge for me by Magnus in a way. And Gukesh now goes knight a3 here. So what would be the idea of bishop d7 here? Very, like, why do you think he has placed his bishop on d7? Any idea? Why did he not go for castle? Why do you think Magnus has chosen this move particularly? Let me know. Chaitanya says French is like a double-edged sword. Yeah, at least hear this line. For sure. But Sadikul, I was not planning to punch him. Make queen and rook in one line. You mean you wanted to connect the queen and rook? Was that your plan? Okay. Bishop g4. No, but if he goes bishop d7, then he's not going to waste another move playing bishop g4 here. Bishop c6. Queen b3 incoming. Good question. Bhavesh points out queen b3. It's a double attack. Queen b3 is a double attack. So what is the problem for queen b3? Can anyone tell me? Because Magnus, is he losing a pawn right now? Gukesh did not play queen b3, but what did Magnus have in mind for queen b3? And that there, guys, was the idea of the move bishop d7. Yes, exactly, Donny. You're right. So the whole point here, guys, is you are not threatening queen b7. If Harshit Jaggi says, yes, you're right, a4, if you take here, then the queen gets trapped with rook a7. Queen b5, rook a5. No, the queen is not getting trapped yet or what? But soon. Yeah, now it can get trapped with bishop knight e7, and then bishop c6 is a very powerful threat. So you're never going to even try to take this pawn, especially when there is no pawn on a7. So that was an interesting idea, bishop d7. He did not even give a second thought that b7 might be weak. Also for queen b3, there is, for a4, if you try to give a check there, then the king simply moves, and this queen will only need to go to c4 to be on this, to be supporting this. But then there are many ways. One is b5, one is knight a5, and you will win the bishop. So what Gukesh played was knight a3. He developed his knight on a3. And do you know what Magnus played? Guys, do you know what Magnus played? Sagar will join a little later, but because he's in Nagpur right now, so he will join. He'll join at some time, at some point. I don't know where. Guys, Magnus took this knight. He has given the bishop for this doubled pawn over here. Now that was very quick. So if Gukesh would have gone knight b d2, this offer would not be there. But Gukesh decides to go knight a3, and here Magnus takes the knight, b takes a3. Now what is the imbalance which has been created? One big imbalance, very quickly, very obvious imbalance. Commentary से शायद मैं नाम edit करती हूँ. Maybe I'll. So when he joins, I will add Sagar so that people will know. Right now Sagar is not there. Okay, cool. Done. So guys, we have a poll also, by the way. Right now Gukesh beats Magnus, is leading with 42%, and Magnus beats Gukesh with 35%. Okay, that's cool. But यहाँ पे what is the imbalance? Yes. What? Double isolated pawn? Double isolated pawn is not the biggest imbalance. Yes, absolutely right. Aditya, Agarwal, Ajit Babu, Shreyashkar Singh, Killer Gaming, and yes, bishop pair, because Magnus decides to exchange the knights. Now bishop pair is one big imbalance, And in return, what Magnus has got is what other people have given the thing, pawn structure. This isolated pawn, double isolated pawn, and the two pawn islands. This is one pawn island and white has another pawn island. Whereas Magnus is having a single pawn island. All 8 pawns are nicely placed yet. So definitely he went for this because of the pawn structure. Now he castles, Magnus has castled, and when you have an isolated pawn, let's also remember that there is a pro. What is the advantage of having an isolated pawn? What is the advantage of having an isolated pawn? Bataiyo. Fatafat batao. Quickly. How many of you in the chat who do not understand Hindi? At all, I mean. Open file, yes, absolutely. Chaitanya, Kavirajan, Doni, and Senthil. So B file is open for Gukesh there, which means the rook has a very nice file there. Also, it will be a tempo because bishop has moved to D7. Gukesh has a pleasant position for sure. The question would be right now, Magnus is castled and Gukesh must be thinking of two possibilities. One is to play A4 and to fix this pawn on A5 and later go rook B1. The other question would be that should he allow black's A4? If I ask you this question, whether you would want to keep your pawn on A4 or would you prefer if black's pawn is on A4? If given a choice, what would you choose? So if right now I will ask, will you go A4 or a move like not rook B1? But okay, maybe just keep it simple. Do you want to go A4 or not? Bas yes or no bol do. Ananta is before black castled. Could white have gone after B7 because there is a B2 escape? Before black castled, he didn't have time. No, knight A3 he went. Here after bishop D7, knight A3 went. Here we saw if he goes queen B3, there is A4. So that wasn't working. You cannot take. Rook A7 is pretty strong. So he went knight A3 and there everything was forcing and now he's castled. So already you have a choice whether you want to attack here, whether you want to play A4. Yes, yes, A4, yes, no, yes. Abhi to, in general, majority of the people you're feeling that you want to go A4. You know why it feels so? Because just for an example to show you, a move like H3, A4, you don't find it comfortable for these pawns कि इतना उसको उस पे pressure आ रहा है. That this A4 pawn is dominating these two guys. That is the feeling. That's the reason it feels a little bit kind of confusion and you want to go A4. So the other thing is when you play A4, if you want to play A4, what is the important thing to understand? This bishop is on D7. A4 is isolated, which means another pawn is not going to come for its defense. So it's a commitment. It's a big commitment because it's a fixed weakness and there is a path for black also to attack it. So if you're sure that this pawn, you're not going to lose this pawn, then only you can make this commitment. So maybe what I can expect for castle, that Gukesh intuitively would want to play A4, but he needs to make sure that he is not losing the pawn. And once he is sure about that, he will take a decision. The other thing is if you allow A4, black's A4 pawn will also turn a weakness. So it's not going to be so easy there. That's why it's definitely a very, very personal choice where you feel comfortable. Do you want to play A4? Do you want to play rook B1? Rook B1 is attacking the B7 point here. Still can black play A4? And if you now play rook B7, what is the problem? Black to play. Who wanted some difficult question? B4 will not be pushed and A4 is protected. There is a place to support the bishop. You might be the first one saying. What's going on in today's Vidit versus Swiddler game? I think Vidit won today. Just give up the pawn later. The a4 move just delays black's a4 advance. Vidit and Ronak won. Thanks, Himang. Amazing. So guys, Senthil, Arjun, Jigar, Chaitanya, Nikhil, Shaunak, Ujjwal, and Ashwani king a5 and knight a5. g8 से कहाँ पे आएगा ये? Okay, so knight a5, and the reason you gave another pawn is to take this light square bishop over here. And if you go rook b4, the whole point is after knight c4, you will still have to take with the pawn and accept another doubled isolated pawn, and the structure is super horrible, worth a free pawn there. And if white tries to maintain the pawn structure and captures with the rook, there is a problem. You must find what black should play when this rook has been misplaced. Oh, Kimaya, member for 20 months and backer of Indian Chess, sends a heart. Thank you so much, Kimaya, for joining and being a member for such a long time. It's really amazing. All of you guys contributing, being a community. Most of you must be knowing, but still all those who are new, I must tell you, the membership which we have here, if you become a member, then the monthly amounts go to a chess player, a talented young chess player who is in need of funds. So that's how the whole contribution goes there. So if you do consider becoming a member, you should know that's the reason we are collecting memberships. Okay, thank you so much once again. Guys, I have got 3 moves. One is bishop e6, करता है immediately attack. One is bishop b5, इस पे भी immediately attack कर रहा है, bishop e6. But गया, rook has escaped, and you might have thought that okay, I am winning a pawn, but you might have ended your calculation there. और ये ठीक नहीं है. क्यों? Because you must end it with your opponent's move. And what can be your opponent's move? Yes, he can also capture. So let's go back. Bishop e6 would not work. Bishop b5 means the rook goes to b4 again. Doesn't work. So all those who said c5, wonderful. What you are doing is taking away the escape square of the rook, and you have imprisoned him with the threats of bishop b5 and bishop e6. So this is all right now. Gukesh is also thinking, and what we are trying to do is to decode his mind. So over here, after castle, look at this, he must have thought for how long? He had 1 hour 58 minutes. And now he has thought for 13 minutes. I think he might, maybe my prediction is he might think another 5 to 7 minutes. I don't know what are your predictions, but Sanat, it's not in our control. That is a auto YouTube thing. I think so, yeah? Ali Soloas does calculation should be ended with opponent's move always. So what happens usually, Ali, is many times the blunders happen when you have calculated a variation and you end at your move and you think that it's done. But then what you have forgotten many times is there is something which is either hanging or some threat comes up which you are not expecting because you did not check the most obvious move. So it is always better to do that. when you end with opponents, you're trying to find, as we know that opponent is not your friend. He's going to try to find the best move there. And then you're sure that at least you're considering if there are any captures, if there are any threats, those you've considered and you've ended it there. So yeah, that's why we do say that. Okay, so that's here. Let's check Anish versus Nakamura, which was another interesting game. And we left at, oh no, we बहुत जल्दी we left. So c3, knight f6, d4, takes. Anish has opened the center, but black castles right now and defends the thing here, bishop here. So discos, white will need to be alert for. He goes knight c3. Currently no good disco still for black. Queen b6. Nakamura challenges the queen. Anish says, okay, I don't mind playing endgames and I don't mind if your pawn is coming towards the center because I might get an outside passer. Anish goes e5 here. Knight goes back to e8 because the knight literally did not have much options over there, and he could go to g4, but the point is this is defended, well defended. You will again kick the knight away, and if the knight goes to h6, then white has multiple choices, but the best would also be bishop g5. What happens for knight f5? Yeah, that's the point. For knight f5, the other squares are also controlled, and then you have g4. Okay, so that is about Anish. He's gone knight e8. Anish plays bishop e3, attacks this pawn. Nakamura defends the pawn. Anish brings his other rook to d1. Both the rooks centralized. d7 pawn is backward. You can see no pawn on adjacent file. So no friends over there. Baki sab alag senior years mein hai. So this pawn is a backward pawn definitely. This bishop, what is it doing? I mean, c8 पे बैठे बैठे it has to defend the d7, rook has to defend the b6, knight looks passive. This bishop is really the only one who is very active, but Nakamura has in mind. What is Nakamura's idea here? Black to play. Can you guess? Can you find? In spite of all of his pieces which are not very well placed, he still is doing okay. Kimaya says Anish's endgames are interesting to see. Absolutely. My life highest was a tragic story, so don't ask. 2199.5. But I think in printed form it must be 2174. For 2200 live reading, I would have got the title. Yes, Firefly, Sentil, Dhoni, Ajay Krishnav, and Cubing. Vandana Mokal, array, nice. That's my cousin actually. Well done. Dhairya, Dhoni, Dhruva, absolutely f6, and that's what has happened. Nakamura plays this move f6, and that's the break he had, because of which the position is under control for him. Now he's opening this rook, and his pieces which are passive are soon going to come out. If you see, there are only 5 pawns, they are not advanced, so there is time with Nakamura. That is the whole point there. And once this pawn gets exchanged, you might want to wonder that there can be the dangerous pawn storm coming towards white. Okay, so let's go to next Gukesh's game. We don't want to miss anything there, but Gukesh is still thinking, and their time has come to equal. Both Magnus and Gukesh have 1 hour 40 minutes each. 1 hour 40 minutes. Caruana already better says SP. Okay, let's go there and check it out as well. We left at knight c7, knight b5 was played. Last move here we left. Caruana goes knight c5, and Firuza goes bishop d3. He developed his bishop. He's intending castle over here. But what is black having? What are black's options, guys, here? What are his ideas? Why is Caruana so much better? It is tremendous that he, with Ali Reza, and in such an opening, Caruana has managed to get such an initiative. So that is just brilliant. Why not d5? Okay, let's go back there later again after completing this. Shrikant says Caruana is in dazzling form. He is playing great chess. I completely agree with you. g6, bishop d7, says Dhruv. These are the ideas. Yes, g6 also stops f5. I mean, for white, he might have to go g4 or he might have to consider some sack. Bishop d7 is definitely there. But also a6, you would love to kick this knight away, right, from this square. And then after a6, the knight might go back, you might get some exchanges, you might think of knight a5 as well, and you might think of b5, because a6 b5 means c4 is going to be impossible, almost impossible. So bishop d3, but Ali Reza is a very aggressive player, and we know that he can find absolutely creative ideas. So it's too early to say whether Fabiano, with his king in the center, will be able to sustain and maintain this advantage. Let's keep a look at this game. By the way, Mamedara versus Northerbek, we have not had a look until now, but this is the current position. It looks very equal. Possible that it could go in Armageddon as well. Let's go back to Gukesh. Yes, Gukesh has made a move. Gukesh plays rook b1 after some thought and decides to delay a4, at least for now. Why? Because he may not be feeling so comfortable yet, or he just liked to bring his rook on the open file. Maybe that's the thing. If black plays a4, obviously he's not going to take here. There is something else he will go for. What do you think? What are the ideas? Himang says Caruana channeling his Sinquefield Cup 2014 energy. Already world number 3 in live ratings. Okay, that's a great update. Ajay Sagar is in Nagpur. There is a tournament going on there with its match with Swidler and Ronak's match with Nigel Short, and also a very strong rated open. So we have from our team Shahid and Sagar at Nagpur. So yeah, he will be joining us later. Giri and Naka are following one game. Okay, which one? Rook e1, bishop e5, rook e1 please, says you really want to go rook e1, yeah? Your idea is to go d4, I believe so. Hi from Slovakia. Oh, hi, I really like Slovenia and Slovakia when we travel through the train and pass through those countries. Bishop b5, if knight, okay, there's a variation by Sentil. He says bishop b5, he wants to attack the a4 pawn, I believe, and to defend that, he suggests if knight e7, then bishop d7, queen d7, and rook b7. So there is no knight a5. That's your idea over there. But I guess there is a better way here, better way for white to continue. What is the better way? So if Magnus will play a4, then Gukesh will have a move to attack here. Suppose he does that and Magnus goes back to defend a pawn. Yes, Arjun, Sentil, Krishna, Vandana, Normi. Absolutely. What you realize is this knight blocks the queen's way and you have been alert what this bishop has been doing here. You quickly take the opportunity and also take the knight. So it's gonna be weak here. Takes, and Also, when we know with such a pawn structure, the f5 square is going to be really dangerous. The queen is going to jump in. You may not even care about these pawns anymore. And okay, so let's go back. Oh, something has happened. Rook b8 was played by Magnus, and Gukesh goes bishop b5 there. But over here, at this point of time, why was Gukesh not considering a4? I think he just decided when he played rook b1 that he doesn't want the pawn on a4. But a4 was a good idea. A4 was definitely a good idea to consider. Another suggestion by somebody in the chat was to go rook e1 with the idea of keeping this defended, and d4 could be in the air. Gukesh goes bishop b5. One thing we must try to check whether there were any b5 ideas and any discourse there. So let's say if I go a simple move like rook e1, what did Magnus have in mind? Maybe not b5. Yeah, it's not working out. b5 means just simply rook b5 you're going to take and challenge the rook. So yeah, well, Gukesh likes bishop b5 right now, and now he might intend a4 with the bishop on b4, with the bishop on b5. That could be his idea. Also, d4 is something to keep in mind that white will be looking at it. And please note, this is a pin there. So d4, for playing d4, you also don't need the rook to be on e1 here. So bishop b5 by Gukesh. In general, Gukesh's position is pleasant against Magnus. Out of opening, he has had a decent position. Important is right now the next 3-4 moves are going to be very critical. If any important exchanges happen, if Magnus is going to try to play some erratic chess, let's keep a watch on this. In the meantime, also check out Caruana's game, which is going so cool. Bishop d3, knight d3, check by Caruana. Queen d3 has been played. So one minor piece gets exchanged over here, and maybe this knight is gonna get kicked away right now with a6. Okay, what about Anish Giri? f6 has been played. Anish is thinking. Anish is down to 1 hour 33 minutes, and in fact Nakamura has more time than Anish. Clearly shows how well prepared he also is. What about Aryan Tari versus So Wesley? Oh, they have gone in such a opening. 24 moves have been played and so many exchanges already. But Wesley seems to have initiative. Wow. Now that is very cool. That his rook is very active over here, and this bishop is under attack, but there is a pin here. Not easy. g3, f5 was the move, last move by Wesley. g3 was played by Aryan Tari, trying to stop here, but the king is going to be a piece here. Very quickly it's gonna jump there. Also c5, c4 in the air. No, this knight is hanging, so not yet. Maybe king f7, king e6, c5, c4. That seems to be a plan, and then go for f4. So Wesley has a clear-cut plan, and Aryan needs to try to find a defense for the plan, because black's pawns can really dominate white here. Going back to Gukesh's game, has he played? No, bishop b5. Magnus is thinking. Gukesh is really making Magnus think. Rima says, yeah, Giri, and which game are they following? By the way, yeah, they are following Firuza versus Pragnananda. That is amazing. When did it happen, this game? Interesting. Oops. Wow, when I click on that, a new game does open up automatically. So f6, here actually Firuza had played bishop f4. If you see guys, this game is Firuza versus Pragnananda. That was in August 2022. Here bishop f4 was played by Firuza. Pragnananda took on e5 there, bishop e5, and d5 was played. So what happened in the end? Pragnananda lost. So something like this happened when the knights, I guess, created quite a chaos there. Oh, it was actually equal. Maybe some blunder. Ah, look at this blunder. Oh my god, black was clearly winning. Bishop a6 is a blunder. Guys, white to play. Just completely out of the thing, but white to play. Find a move which Alireza found. Only move if you want to win. When you're trying to think, black का pawn इधर तक पहुंचा है. Black has a clear threat. If I must tell you, or if you guys are able to find, oh my god, Srinath, that is so unfair. इतना strong होके, इतना top level coach होके, Srinath guys has spoiled it for all of you. So you guys are not getting another chance. You guys needed to be faster than Srinath. It didn't happen. All of you must have got tempted for rook a3, trying to pin here, but that's not going to work because rook b3, rook b1 in the air. If you take here, it's not gonna work. The right move, as Srinath says, is knight g4. Knight g4 was played by Alireza. Pragnananda went back there, and you can look at, oh, he took here. Because if you don't go knight f5, if knight e2 was the threat here, because if you play rook e2, then there is queen happening, so you can't really take the knight. And if you move the king at this point of time, and if black goes queen, then there is a problem. Check, moves, and a mate. So Alireza found this move, and finally he won. Let's go back to our main game there and see what has happened. No, Anish is still thinking. Anish definitely would be knowing the game. Alireza versus Pragnananda. Going back to Gukesh's game. Anything happened? No, Carlsen is still thinking. I like that Carlsen is thinking. Leeches only. There, I was looking at leeches. What's up with Caruana? No, same. They have also not played. Everybody right now is thinking. Sab saath soch rahe. Wesley, king f7. Look, he started with his plan. King has gone to f7. White is thinking over here. This guy is coming here. I think for black, as we have discussed, it's a very simple plan. Now, only game which we have not been able to check much is this one. Bishop takes e6, f takes e6 were the last moves by Mamedov and Nodirbek. And equal pawns, but 3 pawn islands for black and 2 pawn islands for white. That is one of the major imbalance, but lot of knights on the board. I see 4 knights. They are going to roam freely. Okay, one question, guys. Dubai tournament is going on, and we had to check Arjun's game. Okay, Arjun is black. Wow, he has advantage against Yu Yangi. This is the... which round number is it? I don't remember. Knight d2 is the last move played by Yu Yangi, and Arjun is thinking right now. Firstly, if you observe this position, Arjun is a pawn up, and he also has a bishop against knight. Plus, he has a beautiful pawn on g4. And this queen here, knight here, giving a good pressure to the e4 pawn. Plus this rook is needed to be a blockader. So in general, Arjun's position is absolutely beautiful. He is thinking. He has 30 minutes as well. So a lot of time there. Guys, there is a very interesting idea for Arjun. Can you get? Oh, he goes rook c1. That is also cool. The idea, the interesting idea. Can you guess? A very nice idea there for black. If I must give you a hint, I can sing a song. मुझको भी तू लिफ्ट करा दे, थोड़ी सी तो लिफ्ट करा दे. I don't know. It's such a old song. It was such a funny song. Yes, 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 Ashish. Absolutely right. मुझको भी तू lift करा दे. So attack the knight, and the best part is if the knight goes back. Here, look at this move. Rook f5. There is a pin there. Very nice move. Rook f5. Idea ढूंढनी पड़ेगी, but but I just love the suggestion. Of course, the idea is now that I look at is bishop c5 and the f2 pawn, which here is the base. You are trying to attack this. What an idea! What a creative idea by computer. Rook lift. Lovely, lovely. So this is a nice idea. Arjun goes rook c1 there, and Yu Yangi goes queen e3. Arjun is thinking, but that's cool. What about? Oh, by the way, there is Arvind Chidambaram versus Abhijit Gupta, and Arvind is having some advantage there. In fact, he is a pawn up, so yeah, slight advantage there. Maybe this is the top board. Yeah, we'll keep a watch here as well. Let's go to Gukesh versus Carlsen once again, and Carlsen is thinking 10 minutes difference, 10 minutes down in comparison to Gukesh's time. That is cool. सोचो Carlsen को इतना सोचना पड़े कि मज़ा ही आ जाएगा. You did not show the problem in d5. Yes, let's go to Hikaru, because for f6, Anish is thinking, and Nikhil had asked a question, why not d5 over here? That was the question. By the way, all the chat, time for revising our basic rules. Why not d5? White to play. I guess there are no absolute newcomers in the chat, but if there are, then there is a rule. En passant, en passant, also it is called in India. And that's Arjun, Senthil, Vandana, Krishnav, Clara, Normi. Yes, ed6. That's a en passant there, and you lose a pawn, and this pawn is also going to give you a fork. So that's why not d5 over here. And Nakamura has gone f4, and Anish is thinking. As we saw, Alireza had played bishop f4, but Anish is thinking. So that's there. Your question is answered. Sid asks, hi ma'am, I'm 17 years old. I'm thinking after 3 years BCom I will work full time on chess. What's your opinion? Please guide me. Sid, absolutely whatever. The first very important thing if you want to do anything is whether you like to do it. अगर दिल से करोगे 100% देके खुशी से, there is nothing more important than that. Do what makes you happy. So yes, and then you always find a way to earn a living out of it. That's never a problem. But if you get trapped into doing something where you're not happy, then it doesn't matter how much you earn and anything else for that matter. Okay, let's go to this game, but Magnus is still thinking. Oh no, Magnus has made a move. Magnus goes bishop e6. This time Magnus goes bishop e6, comes on this diagonal because he says कि तूने छोड़ दिया ना, तो I am coming there, and he's attacked the a2 pawn. So a question to all of you, suggest moves for white. ठीक है, important, nobody sees engine. I guess if you remember in our last stream, we all had made a promise, no looking at engine at all, and you're gonna think on your own. You have the best training possible over here to put yourself in Gukesh's place, और ये सोचना है कि ये तुम्हारा गेम है, अपना गेम है, और क्या खेलोगे अपने गेम में, ऐसे सोचो. गुकेश क्या खेलेगा जाने दो. What you will play is the question. Vikas says Chess Biz India Club still there in Mumbai. Yes, every Saturday 5 to 7 at Phoenix Market City, Kurla. It's there. And it's also in Indore. D4, C4, Queen A4, Bishop F6, Rook B2. Okay, what more suggestions? Lot of suggestions, guys. Are you seeing the variety of, when the position is not so clear? ये भी हो सकता है, वो भी हो सकता है. There is so much variety in your moves. These are all the options, and all these options, what do we call them? We call them candidate moves. So of course Gukesh will quickly choose the most intuitive for him. But here for us, if I just mark the arrows of the moves you guys are suggesting, one is A4, one is C4, one is D4, then one is Queen A4, I guess trying to attack A5, then there is Queen C2, then there is Rook B2. Oh my god. बहुत ज़्यादा. Okay, so we have a lot of candidate moves, and of course also Bishop F6 has been suggested. So काफ़ी सारे हैं. Queen A4 also Mayur suggest. So these many candidate moves we are looking at. Okay, and out of these, the top 3 moves which computer suggests, the weak computer, बता ही देती हूँ मैं आपको. And why is for us to find out, because we know black could be threatening bishop takes A2. So the best move which is being suggested is D4. Computer is loving this move D4. What is he having in mind for bishop takes A2? Why is he okay to give this pawn? Can you guys find it? White to play here quickly. Fatafat. For all those who don't know English, fatafat means quickly. Sentil, Gigi, Normie, Vandana, Magnus, Mala, Dipanjan, Arjun, Dhairya. Yes, well done. And Mayur, absolutely. And Alison, and Ronak. And wow, badhiya. Well done. Rook B2, just a simple move. You're attacking the bishop. The bishop doesn't have any squares. It needs to go back. But when it needs to go back, guys, once again, your plan was to play D4. And can you believe this? To play D5. Can you believe that there is a pawn 4? But black has a good move here. Oh my god, I myself cannot believe that black is losing a whole piece. And how is he getting out of this? How? What to play? Black to play. Kaun bola difficult questions? Sentil. Here there are difficult questions to you. Black to play. आएगा ही नहीं. You won't get it. I'm not discouraging you. Try to find it. Nice. I like the suggestions though. Doesn't matter if it is the best or not. But by the way, GG, definitely not 94. Your queen is hanging. It's pinned. Do not forget. Whoa. Okay. Many of you are saying a counter attacking move, which is G5. Why? You feel like he takes and you take here, which is okay. First of all, I can still take there, but I can also add an intermediate move, takes, and this is a pin anyway, and I am winning a piece. So here it's not working. If you attack my queen over here, then I simply attack your bishop again, and once again it's a double attack. Will collect the knight there. So the whole point after takes, bishop e6, d4, takes, rook b2, bishop e6, d5, bishop g4 is the idea. And why so? What happens for d takes c6? Why is this not working out? Can you tell me in words? Move जाने दो. कोई भी एक शब्द बताओ. Just that one word where I get the hint. What is the reason? What is the thing? Yes, well done. I'm not taking the name of who said it first. But Normi, Sumit, Ajinkya, Yashad, Abhigyan, Arjun. Yes, you guys, absolutely pin. The theme of pin, and we keep solving the problems of pin, right? We keep doing it. Textbook में, leeches में, इधर उधर tactics. This is how. This here, if you had to solve a position, let's say tactics database में, black to play. हाँ, BC6 उसमें क्या है, easy, right? But here, this is how in games it comes, and it comes at an advanced level, where it is not about one move, but where it comes as a theme, and you have to be very, very alert for that. So bishop g4, d takes c6, and look at this. This is a beautiful pin. This is such an amazing theme here happening, because of which black is able to save his piece. And this is the reason, actually, the bishop a2 does not work, not because of rook b2. It's something else. I mean, rook b2, bishop e6 जाने के बाद, the idea is something else. White is okay to lose this doubled pawn. वो बोल रहा है कि नहीं, इतना मैटर नहीं कर रहा था. This didn't matter to him as much. Oh my god, guys! Look at what Gukesh already played. He has played d4. Firstly, to find d4, Gukesh OP, guys. What a move. He's played the best move. And all of you had given a lot of suggestion. In fact, one move which we must check it out for sure, because queen a4 was suggested, which is a very good question, because a5 definitely under pressure, bishop c6, bc6, ye bhi pawn mar raha hai. So why not queen a4? The point is, black is, in fact, over here it's again unique, because you would never want to allow bishop f6, gf6 in this way. So I am not going to look at this computer suggestion of knight e7. Let me go more natural with knight a7. And if you take the pawn on a5 there, then the whole point is these two are the isolated pawns. And now after a5 is gone, these two are isolated pawns on an open file, which means they are all the more weak. And a very, very cute move over here for black. Very cute move. Can you guess? Cute बोला है. Yes, Digant, well done. Rook a8 is their important move, because all those who have said b6, you are losing a piece, and the queen is not going to get trapped. The queen is going to run away. यहाँ से यहाँ के बाद there is no attack. So that's the reason, not b6 but rook a8, and now you are targeting knight c6 or knight b5, and a3, a2 both are going to be weak. So that would give a great compensation to Magnus. That's the reason, not queen a4, but an important move to consider as a candidate move, 100% to be considered. Rook e1 was another move which was a decent move. I think all of you had also suggested rook b2 to defend this a2. Yes, it was possible to. c4 move which was suggested, I didn't like it much. You are committing too early and it's not needed, because when you will go d4, then this becomes isolated, so you might needed to change the plan. Also a4, if a4 once again, because he has delayed a4, I think Gukesh right now was also, or Gukesh is not thinking about a4 at all. In fact, he finds the best move d4, and Magnus really has some work to do. Once again, with 10 minutes more almost, Gukesh is making Magnus think. Black to play. What can Magnus play? Magnus will first need to calculate bishop a2 well, which we have done right now. And why not black take knight e4 instead of bishop? Your queen is pinned. You will lose your queen if you take this pawn. So that's why not knight takes e4. Yes. And how can Magnus think here? Because Gukesh's threat is d5, the rook is on b1. That's one thing for sure. Um, so Magnus has a job to do here. Definitely. Gukesh is having a slight edge. So let Magnus think for a while. Very quickly, let's jump to Anish's game for f6. Did he play anything? Oh, he goes bishop d4. After a long thought, he thinks for half an hour. Okay, he doesn't play bishop f4, so that's a deviation. Ali Reza with Pragnananda had played bishop f4, but after fe5, if he plays bishop e5, in a way it's still following Ali Reza's game. Wow. d5 was played in Ali Reza's game. The whole thing is a repeat. Ali Reza versus Pragnananda. Oh my god. And in Pragnananda's game, mind you, Pragnananda might have lost, but he had a great position. So it was only because of his blunder he lost. Here Firuza had played bishop g7, and maybe Anish will also play bishop g7. So this is Anish's game. It's very interesting. 18 moves they are following. Yet going to Wesley's game. Wesley has got king g2 a5. He started pushing these queenside pawns. He's going to go a4. He decides to keep this pawn here for the defense of the d5 knight. Okay, Wesley is definitely pressing this endgame. Ali Reza versus Caruana. Now, we left at queen takes d3, bishop d7 was played. Knight goes to d6. Oh, now, that was not a great idea, says the computer. It was too early to go knight d6 and allow this double pawn. Now, this pawn, either a villain or hero, but is position में तो clear cut villain लग रहा है. Queen goes to c4. What Caruana is now saying is, look, I want to exchange your queens because look at how many pawns I am up. I am 2 pawns up. Plus, this guy, a weakness which is so near to my king, he's very happy about. It's going to be very hard to defend this. In a way, 3 pawns up. So this is the position. Ali Reza says no, queen d2. I am keeping my queens. That's at least some of my chance with your king in the center. And Caruana has a clear advantage here. Let's see if he's going to exchange another piece here. It will go in opposite colored bishop. Maybe that is the reason Ali Reza thought of this could be his chance. It's highly possible, but very, very interesting that Caruana is having such a great advantage. Mamedaro versus Nodirbek, the game where 4 knights are looking forward to prove their power. f4. Mamedaro kicks the knight. When you have knights, what you should remember, what is the most important thing when you have knights? That do they have good squares to be in? Let's say in opponent's camp especially. So for this knight, let's say if he is able to get to d4, he would be very happy. If he is able to get to d3, he is going to be more happy. A square on the 6th rank protected by the pawn, he's going to be even more happy. So definitely the 6th and 5th and the 6th rank for your knights are generally very powerful. They are very active over there. So f4 has happened. This knight will jump to d3. It's not attacking your weakness here, but yes, it is attacking f4. The only thing is there are way less pieces, very less pieces. So maybe the domination is not going to be as powerful as it would have been with other pieces around as well. Okay, so this is Mamedaro's game. This is actually also an interesting end game, guys. This one also. So d4, coming back to Magnus's game, we are now going to analyze what Magnus is thinking. We are going to try and decode Magnus's brain. So, outpost, there you are, smart guys in the chat. नॉट यूट्यूबर सेज भाई आज तो मुझे पिन दिख ही नहीं रहा है. 2 times मैंने क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस मूव बोला. अच्छा तुम थे क्या वो? हाँ क्या हो गया है? यस दैट्स हाउ इट इज. सचिन, अरे हाय सचिन. Chat, please like, subscribe and share. Yes, let's not forget, let people know today it's Gukesh versus Carlsen, and they should definitely not miss it. The most exciting game. So what okay, for Magnus moves are incoming. Knight G4 blunder. Guys, अभी किसी ने भी chat में अगर ये knight को touch भी किया ना तो देखो, there is a pin there. This is the last time I am telling all of you. E takes D4, okay. G5, okay. Bishop G4. I am having already 3 moves as candidate moves. And G5 is a threat. So samjho, and ED4 is a capture. So let's start with these two things. But G5, suppose you go G5. All of you a question. Will you take on G5 or will you say not now? Not the right time. Is it a good time to take here or no? Okay, majority of you want to take it, but there are still people, decent amount of people who don't want to take it. The first thing what we definitely always must consider, whether we actually take or not, is to consider that we would love to take and to make it work out. So takes, and you see there is a pin here, a big pin. The queen cannot move because the knight will be lost. And normally when black tries to defend a knight so that the pin, he can get out of the pin, there are sometimes some thematic ideas over here. Like if you see one of the idea, which is number of moves, but what are the thematic ideas? 2 moves you should generally try to consider. Yes. Soumya Agarwal says take and d5 fork. Okay, that is an interesting suggestion that you want to take here. Queen takes and then you want to go d5 so that you have given a piece and you will get the piece back. So that's maybe your suggestion there. But if you count the material 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and for black 3, 3, 6, it's just 1 pawn difference, and of course his king is weak, but the point is you would be getting more. So if king g7, like many of you have suggested, well done. The 2 moves, generally you should be alert at thematically. One is f4 when you have the rook on f file and you are trying to open the f file. So the whole idea is to create more pressure on the pinned knight. That is the whole idea. And in this scenario, yes, you are getting f4 very easily. Plus fe5 is a very strong threat, and even if this queen tries to move away from here, this is all just completely a massacre over here. So f4 works. The other normal idea is to go queen f3, where you stop the opponent from moving his queen away. That is the other idea, and in this case this also works. Now you are threatening d5, so this is also a good thing. So that's why g5 is not a good move. What Magnus goes is bishop g4. Magnus has played bishop g4. That was one of the suggestion by you guys, so we are already looking at it. And I think a few people had also asked about e takes d4. It was possible e takes d4, c takes d4, but it does open the center and it could look a little bit more scary as well. So he goes bishop g4 directly, and Gukesh is thinking time to think what Gukesh is thinking. No, sorry, let's rephrase it. Time to think in place of Gukesh. Shall we go in Gukesh's mind? Why not d5, bishop d5, e d5, knight d7 and then f4? Over here, you are meaning g5, knight g5, h5, bishop g5, king g7, d5. You want to go d5. d5 is possible in this scenario. I mean, here you're lucky that it is still possible, but he's not going to take here. You are getting a fork. I just showed you in general. It's not a normal scenario. You don't have a pawn there who is giving a fork. So it should work, but thematically these are the two moves which you have to be alert for. Here they are stronger, but d5 also works. Okay, bishop g4. What should Gukesh play? What should you play? What will he play? बहुत confusion चल रहा है. Radha Singhal says h3. Sufia Khatun says h3. h3 seems like a very convenient move. You are kicking away the bishop. Okay, that's one candidate we have for sure. Completely agree. It's a threat. Should have traded bishop and bad rook. Didn't get you exactly. Gukesh is thinking time to think what Gukesh is thinking. Queen d3. Aha. You want to go queen d3 as well. Okay. d5. Okay, there are a few moves we are already having. One question, first h3. Let's try to see h3. Oh, Gukesh takes bishop c6. I decided to discard that one question and it was this, whether you would want to exchange. And look at what Gukesh actually goes. He gives the bishop for the knight. Let me tell you that computer's best move he has played, but I would still be a little bit, skeptical while making this move when you're giving a bishop. What an understanding. Bishop c6, bc6 and d takes e5 he has gone. Of course, for d takes e5, you cannot take knight takes e5. Let's not forget all those who have been today forgetting pin. This knight is pinned, so you won't be able to win the pawn. But what you can do instead is white to play here. White to play. And how to win the pawn? Kaushik Kumaran, thank you for your super chat. Says would be better to add a live board at one end. Okay, let me just try to do that. I will try to do that, yeah, when I get in between some time. Queen d8, queen d8. Absolutely, guys. Well done. Well done. A lot of people have given the answer, actually. I think I missed it. But, next time I'll read the names as well. But correct. Queen takes d8. First you exchange the queen, get the knight out of the pin, and then you try to win the pawn. Of course, he cannot still win the pawn because there is a pin. So knight e4 is not possible, bishop d8 and you lose material. So the next question comes is, what if this rook moves and attacks this knight? No, the point is you don't have time, because here I will first exchange and again deflect your rook. But the next thing which comes to the mind is, then why not first takes and then attack your knight? That comes to the mind. So, why is rook e8 a blunder? White to play. Guys, why is rook e8 a blunder? Okay. Arjun, Shaunak, Senthil, Arav, not YouTuber, Normie, Avatans, Naya Ike, Saumya, Pankaj, Radha, Sufia. Awesome. Subramaniam, Sohel. क्या बात है? Well done, guys. Well done. Bishop f6, g f6, and then pick up the bishop. You win the pawn. You win the piece. So what he played is, your d5 has been played by Gukesh, and Magnus is thinking whether he should play d5 right now, or should he play the intermezzo move? Which is the intermezzo move which is possible here, guys? Remember, for intermezzos, they are mostly the counter-attacking moves. There is either a check, which is in between an intermezzo, which many times we miss, or there is a counter attack. Your piece is attacked. Yes, absolutely right. Bishop f3 is the intermezzo, which Magnus is thinking, and definitely he will go for it. Bishop f3. So right now Magnus has only two choices though, takes, and maximum maybe rook b1 as well. But majorly these are choices by Magnus. Gukesh is literally like putting Magnus under pressure. Magnus's time, he's come down to 1 hour 9 minutes. Plus, he needs to figure out still what to do here. And Gukesh is having super control on this position. It is, until now, the way Gukesh has played is just brilliant. Just brilliant. But we know when you play against Magnus, it is never easy to, to carry forward in the same manner. Most of the times, for most of his opponents, Magnus' opponents, towards the end, generally it gets difficult. Magnus somehow fights back. That's the whole point. So d5, and over here, if Magnus takes d5, once again, this variation, if we have to enter, will be forced. Rook fd8 and knight e5. Yahan tak it will all get forced that you take here and you take here. But at this point, maybe Magnus will of course not blunder, and he might think of something like starting to attack the weaknesses in some way. But let's not forget, even he has a doubled isolated pawn, even he has another isolated pawn. So the same way Gukesh has isolated for a2 and a3, there is c7 and c6. For c3 there is a5. So, and in this scenario, currently he is still a pawn up. So yes, you attack, I attack, then I attack more. So this will be one position which we could get. And let's end it at a forcing calculation. If Magnus is calculating, he will think, okay, now Gukesh will take here. And if he thinks if bishop takes 8, oops, knight takes rook, bishop takes rook over here. And finally at this position, what? Bishop f6, gf6, f3, and white will be a pawn up plus another isolated pawn plus an important square to go to will be f5. Okay, so this is one calculation with some improvements Magnus will have, and the other one is bishop f3, which I think Magnus is going to go for after takes. If he goes d takes e5, once again it's a blunder, white to play. Magnus needs to be very careful and alert. He cannot allow even slightest of distraction here. Otherwise, Gukesh has managed to place his pieces in such a way that the weaknesses in black's position, he might just lose material. Magnus might just lose material. So yes, rook b8. Oh, by the way, move is happened. I will put that rook b8 here to queen b8, and you lose material there. By the way, the game is going on. Bishop f3 was played, and Gukesh is the one who adds an intermezzo. He first takes the rook there. Okay, we have to see how much difference it makes. Queen takes b8, and now he takes queen takes f3 there. Why? Because you don't have time to take d5. It will convert in the same variation which we just saw, which means the knight needs to defend. Magnus goes back knight d7 and attacks the pawn. But right now Gukesh is simply going to take this pawn, and he is going to be a pawn up. Guys, Gukesh is going to be a pawn up. Yes, that pawn might be one of the doubled pawns there, but it's not just a pawn up. There is also a bishop there. There is also some weakness over here, and there can also be some possibilities on the king side. So Magnus will need to be alert. Now Gukesh has entered this position, and he otherwise had a choice of entering directly this position. Queen takes f3, rook b1, and d takes e5. This was his other choice here. But I really like the way Gukesh is playing. He is keeping the best possibilities with him, the best imbalances. It is getting tough for Magnus, guys, for sure. In previous position, last move bishop g4. Which previous position are you saying? Last move bishop g4. What about bc6? Okay. Maybe your question is after bishop g4 here, instead of d5, he played bishop c6, bc6, rook b8, queen b8, bishop f6. Here you are asking why not rook b8, queen b8, bishop f6, gf6. Is it? And then try to attack the weak king and the rook lift somehow. But right now there is a pin there. Black has solved problems. You might need to go queen d3 or something like that, where immediately I'm going to challenge your queen. If you go here, yes, I will still keep everything protected. You might think you are getting knight h4, knight f5, but lot of pieces have been exchanged, and I think somehow this was more like a precise calculation, because thematically it looks good for sure that your knight is trying to jump here. This looks a little weak, but in this particular position things are not working out for you, because black is going to make certain decisions like taking here, going with his queen, and maybe he is also the one who will try to attack some weaknesses. So that's the reason that did not happen. So let's go to the main game. ed6, cd6 has happened, and Gukesh is thinking. He has 1 hour 22 minutes right now. Magnus is down to 1 hour 6 minutes. Only 18 moves have been played. They need to make 22 more moves. Is queen f5 good now? Good that you asked the question. You are attacking the knight right now. That's it. Oh, you are also attacking a pawn. So there is a double attack. Let's do a double defense. And that is the knight can go to e5. Knight goes to e5. You might think you might want to go f4 there. But the knight is going to jump to c4. Protect a5. Attack a3. Threaten knight e3. You have to be a bit careful there. Look at this. Let's not forget what counterplay Magnus can have. Firstly, these are the weaknesses which Gukesh has. Secondly, this is the open file right now, which, because one rook has been exchanged, not easy that Gukesh can just attack the queen on the open file. The control of the file is with Magnus, and the 7th rank, definitely queen on b2 can be a very very sharp queen there. So that's something to take care of. Is this live position? Yes. Let me now try to also add a live board. Oh, by the way, this is Arjun's game. He's playing and he's clearly winning. He's beating you, Yangi. Rook and bishop versus rook and knight there. He's 2 pawns up. This is just a weakness. So Arjun is winning, and Arvind versus Abhijit Gupta. Arvind is better. Queen and bishop and these pawns there. So that's the scenario right now. Okay, let's come back to Magnus's game, and let me try to. Let me try to put a live board there. That's Magnus versus Oops, sorry for that mess for a moment, but I guess it will solve the... Wait, where do I place it? Yeah, Baju will be good. Except for when Sagar will come. We will see. Okay, is that fine, guys? Does that look okay? Are you happy with the live board? CD6, and yes, Gukesh is still thinking right now. 2 boards, okay. Yeah, this is, we have live board Magnus versus Gukesh, so I think it will be easy for all of you. Isn't black better after rook b1, queen b1, bishop f3? No. So right now, Gukesh, what should Gukesh play? Now this is definitely a lot of transformation has happened. Exchanges, material imbalance, Gukesh being a pawn up, bishop versus knight, it is like converted to. So what should Gukesh, what are the moves for Gukesh? No. Once again the same mistake I'm doing. What would you guys play if you are playing this tournament? Let's say you're playing Norway Chess Classical. सपने में rook d1, queen d1, queen d3, bishop g3, queen f5, queen d1. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. rook b1 मत बोलो ना. rook b1, guys, come on. All those who have said rook b1, black to play. All those who have said rook b1. इतना बड़ा ब्लंडर. शोभा देता है क्या? देता है. You got a right answer. शोभा, Alok, Arohi, Senthil, Saumya, Aryan, Earthling, Sachin. Yes, इतने भी ज़्यादा लोग नहीं थे. But Queen b1, that's a back rank mate. भूल मत जाओ. Don't forget that, guys. एक अकेला rook है. There is no other rook there for the support. So rook b1 is a blunder. Rook d1. So most of your moves, what I can see is that you want to attack this guy d6 here. That's why you're suggesting something like bishop g3 or rook d1 here. Or for that matter, you did not go bishop e7 because you know that after rook e8, this is supported and it doesn't make sense. It's just a one move attack. बस एक move के लिए attractive दिख रहा है. You get nothing in return. So I really like bishop g3 because you're also pinning there. The pawn cannot move, plus the queen. Can it move? That would be one of the question. Black is aiming at getting his knight to c4 for sure. So for bishop g3, Magnus, like the way you need to calculate is to definitely consider and ask yourself what's your plan for knight e5. Because if you take here, then it's gonna be equal. Even if you're a pawn up, it's not enough. Major piece endgame, it's going to be equal. तो draw तो ऐसे ही है गुकेश के हाथ में. But draw means it goes in Armageddon. And Armageddon means that Magnus will have black, and even a draw with Gukesh at that point of time is a win for Magnus. So an Armageddon is not something which Gukesh would love to go. It's only if there is no option he will go there. But otherwise he is going to try as best as possible here. The other move is up. So bishop g3, knight e5, you don't take here, and then you will need to move your queen anyway, and still the best place would be, yes, though surprising, to go back to d1 over here. And knight c4. Once again, a forcing move which we are looking at. Defends the d6 pawn, attacks the a3 pawn, and white Gukesh will again need to ask himself, can he kick this knight away from here? And can he? Guys, what do you think? In what way can he kick this knight out of here? You don't want such a powerful knight there. If you have a choice, you would love to say tada bye bye to the knight. Queen a4, queen e2, queen d3. Okay. Queen a4, definitely the first question, you are attacking both these guys there. And what is the only move that black must play? Not a difficult one, but let's see if you find it. Senthil, Arjun, Ranveer, Anda, Radha, Anshuman, Deven, Mit, Varun, Pranav, no, not Anmol. क्या बात है? Okay, lot of people found it. Double attack को क्या करना है? Double defense. And so there is queen b5. You defend both of them and extra defense here also. Plus this queen is attacked, and for sure you wouldn't be happy that this knight still sits here. This still is open file, and you have not got enough here. So also one more idea incoming for black. A beautiful idea would be f5 break. So that is cool. So here going back, this is not going to work. So for knight c4, queen d3, if you try to attack the knight, still the queen will go to b5 to defend the knight, because if he tries to take this pawn on a3, now that's going to be a really bad move there, because of you have bishop d6, but there is rook d8 pin. So maybe queen d6 there, attacking the a3 knight. In fact, skewer attacking the b8 queen as well, and this seems to be slightly of loss of material because c6 is also hanging. So this knight cannot move. That's why, and you cannot play d5, and that's why the only way to defend remains. The only move again, queen b5 for Magnus, but Gukesh once again will be able to continue. Oh, he goes queen e2. He goes queen e2. Why is the... Yeah. He goes queen e2. So let's see. But here, just to end this variation, Gukesh again could attack the queen here, asking where to go. The only move queen c5 because he had to defend this knight here. So this position Gukesh could have reached, and it's good for him. He went queen e2. Now, yes, his advantage slightly deteriorates over here after queen e2. But let's try to understand why. Why does it happen? The same thing, guys. Because in a way, he is not forcing, he's not trying to, he's not tying down the queen here. There is no attack on d6. Suddenly the bishop is doing not much here. So there are a number of possibilities with Magnus. Oh, Magnus finds the best move without much time this time. He goes rook e8, pins the pawn, understands that also stops bishop e7 if he has to move the queen in the future with the double attack ideas. Plus, this is pin and there are threats. d5 is definitely a strong threat. So Magnus goes rook e8, and that's the reason queen e2 was a slightly inferior move. Then queen d1. But backward moves, the queen going back to d1, never an easy move. That's why bishop g3 was the best move for Gukesh. Okay. I think the live board doesn't work, by the way. But let's try. f3 to defend e4. Yes, you want to go f3, but Magnus has a good move. We have discussed this, but let's see if you have understood that move. Black to play here. If you go f3, black to play. Arjun, step, Delhi, XRN, Anmol, well done, and Arohi. D5 is the move, a good move here, very strong move. But many of you also have suggested F5. There F5 had one problem. There was a problem in F5. Can you guess? Exactly. Deven, Arjun, Senthil, Ajinkya, Arohi, Anmol, Siddharth, Ranveer, Saumyadeep, Rajesh, Cool, Dizo, Saumya, Unman. Yes, absolutely right. There's a check and you do get out of the pin, and then next move you are winning a pawn. So F5 would be a mistake there. What Gukesh goes is bishop G3. He doesn't go F3. Was maybe the other option was to go queen c to get it out of the pin, keep it defended. But one question which I had is why not queen d3, so that you are on the d3 plus you are supporting this. Guys, why not queen d3? I found a blunder for you. Yes, Himanshi, Ajinkya, Arohi, no, not Arohi, Anmol, Anshuman, Senthil, N, Rajesh. Absolutely right. Knight c5 is a double attack and you lose a pawn. So Gukesh goes bishop g3 right now. Now he has pinned a pawn. So you do not have d5. And as we know, you do not have f5 because there is a check. So what he has taken care is the pawn on e4. Indirectly he has defended against the attacks from these two guys. But what else can attack the pawn? And how? Tanishka asks, isn't it boring and frustrating for you to stream classical matches, especially when only one Indian is playing there? Tanishka, no, not at all, because these matches are very interesting, and how much ever we analyze, sometimes it is not enough. So in fact, the richness of chess we are able to analyze here. Many times in rapid and blitz it's not so easy to analyze. So also we understand how our players are thinking, how much they are able to find the difficult moves, and in this way there is also training happening. The chat is able to find the moves. Yes, guys, absolutely right. Knight f6 has been played by Magnus, but you guys had suggested knight c5 as well, and you can see how much difference it makes with the knight on c5 and knight on f6. I mean, such a huge difference, because here white is going f3, next move is playing rook d1, and we will get there. It's not a easy thing to understand why knight c5 is a bad move, positional error, and why knight f6 is better. Because here when you play f3, what is the difference? Why is it such a huge difference there? Wow. Oh my god. Okay, this one is a tough question for you guys. Find the best move for black. Definitely a question, and highly possible that we could even reach this position. Okay, most of you are attracted towards a check, queen b6 check, and don't forget in this position still Gukesh is a pawn up. And queen f2 challenges the queen, d6 is attacked, so that's not helping you. The queen is out of the pin, not helping you. Well tried. The move is tough. Move is tough. Let me see who has got it. Okay, Bhavesh, Manpreet, Karma, Kaushik, Ananta, Santanu, and Krishna. And yeah, you guys and Day4, you guys have got it. Knight h5 is a very good move here, very strong move. And the whole idea is, this is the bishop which is putting pressure. It cannot stay on this diagonal anymore, or it will have to give it up. Once the knight and the bishop, these two guys are exchanged, mostly the major piece endgame is equal. Yeah, with so many weaknesses, it's very hard to convert your extra pawn advantage. So knight h5 is a very powerful move, and that is the reason why knight f6 had this idea, and that's why it doesn't allow f3 so easily. It works so well, beautifully. Whereas if you would have gone knight c5 after f3, this bishop stays here, the pressure on d6 stays there, rook is going to come to d1 soon and build more pressure on d6. Isn't it amazing that here Magnus is still very alert and not giving such chances? It was not an easy move for the speed, but of course Magnus is Magnus. So currently the position evaluation is completely equal, because this pawn is attacked, and actually what else you can do? One is you can support, second is you can do a counter attack, which can be like queen c4 or queen a6 trying to attack. Whichever move, yeah, suppose you go queen c4 and you are attacking any of this thing. Now even black can go queen b6, so maybe we can consider queen a6, because here there is no queen b6, and if he goes queen b5, then can you take f3 and attack this? It's hard. Oh, he goes f3. Just feel safer. You don't feel like going any of these moves. So knight h5. Will Magnus find knight h5? Because if Magnus doesn't go knight h5 right now, then Gukesh should be able to get out of the problem. Should be able to. Let's say Magnus plays a move like the next best move, something like rook e6. And then the queen gets out of the pin. And now if Magnus goes knight h5, what difference is it going to make? Bishop f2. Like if we compare f3 knight h5, bishop goes to f2 here. What is the difference? Why was this not so powerful? What did black have here? We know that, but the final time, the same question, final time. What does Magnus have here? I think Gukesh missed knight h5 because you see the move came out of nowhere. It was like the knight is going into the woods. Suddenly. Yes, now d5. Absolutely right. Abhishek, Nikhil, Darshit, Siddharth, Arohi. We know it now very well. You get a chance, you go d5 and you get rid of this stupid weakness over here. Oh, Magnus goes knight h5. Okay, this is going towards a draw. This is going towards equality. In a way, if we have to go back right now, which point was an error? If we want to say, it was this point. It was played beautifully until now and not an easy position, but here was very important that Gukesh either goes back queen d1 or bishop g3, and in just a simple case, if a move like rook e8 would have come without a pin, then there was rook d1 trying to put more pressure on this point. So that would have been really good. And then if this knight would have gone to e5, it was okay. It was okay to go queen e2 because this knight is blocking the power of the rook cup in. So that was the whole idea here. So knight h5 has happened. Magnus once again tries to get out of the stress which was there in the air, and now Gukesh is thinking. We will see what he plays. Most probably he will just move the queen from this file so that he doesn't have to face any. But either ways, there is takes and d5 still happening because the queen from b8 is attacking the g3 guy over here. Okay, so that's getting simplified. Are we going to go in? What is the poll saying, guys? Now is the time to check the poll. 47% Gukesh beats Magnus. 31% Magnus beats Gukesh. Actually, not much believe that Magnus beats Gukesh. Very interesting. And Armageddon 22%. So let me end the poll here so that we are almost at a point. So we'll know. Anmon says, I voted Armageddon. Okay. Alok says Gukesh will lose because Carlsen is angry of blitz loss. He must be angry, but it's not easy to beat Gukesh in this position. Acha, Narendra also. Okay. Gukesh goes bishop f2. He is not ready to go into that endgame. So now d5 upcoming. Okay, Magnus doesn't take any time. He just goes d5 very quickly. And must be careful, yeah, Gukesh. I hope this won't convert into something which can become a trouble. That's the only thing to take care for Gukesh. Very important. Let's quickly check Anish versus Nakamura. Where have they reached? Because after f6, bishop d4 takes, d5 was played. They followed Ali Reza. Oh, even this was played in Ali Reza Pragnananda. That is super funny. Knight e5 also played by Ali Reza. Did they buy heart the game? Bishop b7 was also played by Pragnananda. a4. Now, here finally a deviation from Firuza versus Pragnananda's game. After 20 moves, they decide to play, okay, original, a4. But I don't think they would know the moves, yeah. The last few moves, they were very natural. So, a4 by Anish, and in the earlier game, what was played? a3 was played. That was the difference. So, a4, knight f5 by Nakamura. Anish goes back with his knight, c5. Now, can he not take here? Yes, he takes here, knight d5, and rook takes a4 has been played. So, Anish is going to take here, knight b6. Nakamura is going to attack the knight and this pawn here. Anish will try to counter attack the rook here. And at this point, black to play. Nakamura will have to find the only move. Black to play. What should black play? Narendra says 2300 votes is great. Ah, yes, absolutely. New Max Swagatam. You have to write answers. Next time I'm not going to do the Swagat. Rakshit says I set up dual monitors today only because I can watch CBI while working. Arre, nice. That is awesome, Rakshit. Kya hi mehnat. Intro says Gukesh is again over pushing. Yes, we definitely see that Gukesh loves to push. He's a fighter. He doesn't like plain simple draws. So that's something to learn from him, because that's going to give him some losses sometimes, but it is also going to give him the wins. Pranshu, Senthil, Anmol, Bhavesh, Arohi. But this was not easy. Many of you have given some other ideas. Let's say Rook f7 was suggested by many of you, where there is a lot of calculation involved to understand. Some tactics are involved. Check to the king. The king needs to go to g7 as the only move, and then this knight here will jump to g5, and you can see the rook is trapped, and knight e6 check could also be the threat there. So of course, I mean, the rook is trapped if it moves. So this is a big problem, the rook getting trapped after knight if the rook leaves the last rank. And if the rook stays on the last rank, let's say somewhere on 8 or something, then the other knight jumps in here, and if you try to take the pawn, okay, the whole thing is this king is going to be weak, so the computer definitely prefers white in a big way. So that was the main idea. So important here is to first add an intermezzo, attack your opponent's rook, and get this knight on f3, which was coming to g5 and e5, and put pressure in black's camp first to take here. And now this is a fine position. This should be okay if you want to move the rook. So that was the main idea. So rook a4 has been played, and Anish is thinking whether he should take the pawn here and go into that plain simple more towards equality, or whether to defend the b2 pawn first and revive the threat of knight b6. And also he is going to play against this king because it's definitely weaker than the white king, and these knights can look slightly dangerous. So that is the whole thing. As we saw from Pragnananda's game, if the one of the pawn is able to become a passer, it can get dangerous for white. So against this 2 versus 1, what white has is this weak king. So that is the main war going on over here between Anish and Nakamura. Going to Guki versus Magnus. Magnus played d5. Gukesh goes queen a6. Right now attacking these two guys there, and Magnus is thinking, what can Magnus do? Magnus can take here and win the pawn. That's definitely the first thing to consider because it is the forcing variation. And if he takes rook takes e4, queen takes c6, here attacking the rook, this is a position which we can get into, but still the pawn remains. So some chances for Gukesh, very very slight chances. If Magnus takes here and doesn't take on e4 and tries to find some better ideas, then this knight will jump in with the ideas of, let's say, queen takes c6 right now, then rook jumps to e6 first. Once again the queen has to decide where to go, because if it doesn't protect, then there is check and lose the pawn and attack this pawn. So it's a little bit dynamic here. It's getting dynamic because the knight, the queen, the rook, you have to take care here if any ideas with rook g6. So I am interested ki what is next move by Magnus. Very interested. Maybe he'll go directly knight f4 as well. But can Magnus put more pressure on Gukesh? That is a worry. That is a worry for sure. Okay, let's go to Firuza versus Caruana, because Caruana was leading and he had a better position there. He played queen c4 last where we left. Queen d2 by Ali Reza. Here Caruana goes f6. He goes f6. Knight takes c6 check. B takes c6, and now white to play. White is thinking a big imbalance in the position. What is the major imbalance in the position? We have repeated it, but very quickly. Can you try to write here very quickly? The major imbalance. Yes, Anmol, it's opposite colored bishop. That's the major imbalance. You are right, absolutely. And another imbalance is the material. If you count the material, white is having 5 pawns and black is having 2 pawns extra. So that these two, and black's king is in the center. So if you look right now, the major imbalance is the opposite colored bishop. Material imbalance already existed, king in the center already existed. So we have to see whether Firuza is going to be able to activate his bishop, where the d7 bishop, the light square bishop for Caruana, is not going to be able to contribute much. If that kind of a play Firuza can create, he will get some counterplay there. So yeah, still in the thing, Nadirbek versus Mamedare versus Nadirbek going on equal here. Rook d2 check last has been given, planning to go rook g2, attacking the base of the pawn chain, so that once you win this, then only you can win the other 2 pawns. So that is the whole idea here. Between Anish and this guy, Anish is still thinking. Aryantari and Wesley is still having the slight edge, but the pawn structure has gone into commitment to some level. This g4, everything on the light square after he has a dark square bishop. So the b2 pawn is the base here, and it can be a weakness, b2 and f2, whereas for black it will be f5 and c6. And right now king g2 has been played, but because there was a check, that's a last move, he attacked with knight e3, the f5 pawn was attacked, g4 check and king g2, and now once again f5 pawn is attacked. So Wesley is thinking, and he can take on e3 here, because fe3 would be really weakening. I mean, you will lose the pawn, but bishop e3 can be played here, and this bishop endgame, almost a bad bishop, will Wesley be able to convert? Also something to note here is, look at this. No, d7 पे entry मिल जाएगी if the knight moves. So it will be important that the king controls, and then the rook cannot go there, but the rook can also come from this side. Very interesting. Okay, कुछ भी हो सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. Let's go to Gukesh. D4 fe4 has been played. Let's stay here at Gukesh's game. Magnus and Gukesh are moving towards an equal endgame. If this game ends in a draw, we are going to have Armageddon, and that would be very, very interesting. Amruta, I am pro in OBS now. Live board. Live board किया, but I guess work हो रहा है क्या वो? मुझे लगा work नहीं हो रहा है. चलो ठीक है then. Awesome. So may I ask you, why do you think Magnus is not playing Sicilian, as it is more interesting than e4, e5, and Magnus has a better chance to win with black? I think sometimes it is about being safer, and Sicilian has a lot of theory, which lot of updates. You need to be well updated. So it sometimes is also a mood of a tournament. Like there will be a mood where you just feel like playing dynamic chess, completely erratic chess. There might be a mood where you just want to play safe, simple. So yeah, this happens to chess players. No, Rakshit, I think it's not minimized, but the problem is because if it is in the same window, it doesn't work. So if I open in Mozilla, I guess it will work. Actually, if I know the problem, I'll try to sort it next time. Yeah. Narendra says classical draw against Magnus and taking 1 point to go for Armageddon will be good for Gukesh. Yeah, I mean, of course, it is important because firstly, even holding Magnus without much effort is never easy, as we know. Plus, I think Gukesh played really amazing. Like the opening he played was amazing. After that also he just found some brilliant moves. He was just right there, and it was very clear that Magnus has missed those ideas. which Gukesh played. And maybe we can say that the point where Gukesh went the slight inaccuracy, that also to understand the timing and the whole reason why bishop g3 was stronger was not so easy. Only thing is, Magnus found this knight f6, knight h5. That is where it changed it all, because that was again a tough thing to keep in mind. By the way, Arjun game. Yes, just to show you Arjun's game. This is Arjun's game, and Arjun is playing in Dubai. It's minus 18, not the temperature, but the assessment of this position. So, last move bishop c3 attacks this. If the knight moves, then there is takes here. Otherwise, if the king moves, then guys, there is this guy also. There takes, and you have to. So, that's winning. A resignation coming soon, and then Arjun is going to beat Yu Yangi. Wow, that is going to be amazing. Also, Arvind Chidambaram ended his game with Abhijit Gupta. It's a draw. Oh, it's over? No, what did he play? Still thinking. Or is it over? Maybe it's over. I'm not sure. Arvind Chidambaram ended his game. It's a draw. Okay, so that's a good thing for us that Arjun is beating Yu Yangi. Very good to know. I guess he will be able to increase his rating here as well, in Dubai Open as well. So knight f6 by Magnus, and Gukesh is thinking, let's try to focus here. 54 minutes for Gukesh, 54 minutes for Magnus. Both have equal time. And now Magnus has asked Gukesh, which pawn will you capture, a5 or c6? What Magnus is telling Gukesh that I am going to capture your e4 pawn no matter what. But the reason I got my knight here is because it's simple. Knight takes e4, knight takes c3, knight takes a2. ये मेरे knight के लिए सपना है. So that is the dream here for the knight. Clear plan. What can Gukesh do? Let's try to consider queen c6 here. Okay. Rakshit says, Carlsen in the confessional, my goal with the last few moves was just to get him out of his preparation. I thought that he probably didn't spend much time on something as stupid. Part 1. Now I'm probably slightly worse, but he is probably out of preparation, so we can get a long strategical fight. Oh, Magnus said after he played castle. Arey, that is cool, Rakshit. Thank you for letting us know. That update really helps. Exactly. Narendra says Magnus blitz में कभी कभी blunder करता है. So yeah, that would be cool if Gukesh will be able to maintain this 3 minutes time. But with black it's not so sure. Let's see. Who knows? कुछ भी हो सकता है. Queen c6 if Gukesh plays here. We have only 2 moves to consider. Queen c6 and queen a5 majorly. If queen c6 is played, Magnus will go for knight e4. Attack this guy here. Attack this. Of course, this is defended for now. But knight f2 is also a threat. So, what Gukesh can play here? Guys, a nice pin here. आज इस गेम में इतने सारे पिन आ रहे हैं. Everything is about pin. Blunders pin के इस सब कुछ pin का हो रहा है. Pinka. Pinka. Oh, Rakshit says Carlsen is back in the confessional. I am actually very pleased with the development. The last 5-6 moves I was doing pretty badly. He had several ways to liquidate and get a slight edge. I am very happy that he left with his bishop. The position is pretty equal, but I can imagine positions where I will have winning chances. Not very realistic, but I have a slight hope. Okay. Gukesh needs to be on his toes. Manpreet, Anmol, Normi, Harshit, Arohi, Arijit, सारे singers है क्या? Arjun, Sumita, absolutely rook e1. Here you are pinning the knight against this rook over here. So black will try to get this rook out of the pin. Attack this guy here. Why is Magnus thinking that he might get some chances is only because of one reason. And what is that reason? Any explanations there, guys. Because he's Magnus. Victoria says, I read a Gukesh article in the Hindu paper. Was it written by Rakesh Rao? Pawn Islands. Because Gukesh is low on time. No, he's not low on time. If the bishop is taken, then there is takes, check, king moves and king takes. And it will go in queen endgame. Will be a draw. Perpetual will be there. So I'll tell you why, guys. The reason why the Magnus feels so is because he is going to win this pawn, okay, on e4. And then, just so that you understand better, white is having 2 pawns in front of his king. Black is having 3 pawns. So in endgame, if you look at the shelter, these 2 pawns are making white's king weaker than black's king. So that on 7th rank, constantly there is going to be more pressure. The back ranks constantly are going to be more difficult for the white king than the black king. This opportunity exists, and that is the reason Magnus knows that if at all there can be a slight possibility, if Gukesh makes inaccuracies, he will be able to use it against the king. 2 pawns against 3 pawns here, that changes it all. But what I completely believe is Gukesh is going to be alert and he is not going to mess this up. So that is what I completely believe, because only thing is you have time, you have 50 minutes, there's not too much time gap which can put extra stress on you. Yes, you know that, I think Gukesh will know that he had way more advantage earlier, so that would be a bit of a sad thing to lose it in some way. But it was not like a very easy thing. There were always lot of weaknesses, lot of imbalances, and some possibilities there. So he should be okay, and now he should take care. So queen c6 by Gukesh. If he would have taken on a5 there, then knight a5. And why you would not prefer taking on a pawn is you already have 2 pawns on the open file there. So that could be the reason. But it was possible too. So he plays queen takes c6, and this Magnus is thinking, no doubt he will take with the knight here. Yes, there is no weakness, there is. It is a very subtle weakness generally. Like you see in Anish versus Nakamura, the way this king can become weak, that is different. Oh, by the way, what happened in the last few moves? Oh, he plays knight d7 over here. This did happen, guys. Knight b6 happened, rook b4, knight d7 was played, bishop takes f3. Nakamura absolutely on his track, finds it, bishop takes f3. In fact, he has 1 hour 16 minutes and Anish has only 32 minutes. They have made a lot of moves though. G takes f3, and Nakamura now goes knight h4. What a nice move here, giving the rook here, because knight takes f8. And then, guys, what is Nakamura's plan? Why did he just simply give the rook? Yes, Arohi Harshit, Anmol Darshit, Arjun, absolutely right. There's knight f3, and that's the fork. That was the basic plan. King f1, and then you take here rook e1. No, first maybe you can take this pawn here as an insertion, takes here, and then you can take here, and then he will take here, and then this position is a draw. And in fact, even with the f and h pawns, even without the c pawn and g pawn, this is f and h pawns is a draw. Of course, it's not easy, you don't even need to lose this, but this would be a plain draw. So that is happening. They are going towards a draw. This game is going for Armageddon. Guys, Anish versus Nakamura going into Armageddon, which means Nakamura is black. A draw is going to be okay for him, and he is also a very super fast player. So let's see. Maybe Anish, it's not going to be easy for Anish. Aryan Tari versus Wesley. So Wesley has gone into a bishop endgame now. Now, how much of an advantage is it? Is he going to be able to convert it? Any chances there? Let's come to it once again, but let's not miss Gukesh's game. Caruana versus Firuzov, queen a5 check. Last king goes to e8, and now Firuza can pick up this pawn here. But then the point is Fabiano is going to take risk, not worry about his last rank or anything, and will just go to b2 here. Wow, look at this, guys. He's not worried about queen a8, king f7, and queen takes h8. He is giving up the full rook. What is there on his mind? Black to play here. This is on his mind. A beautiful rook sacrifice incoming because of black to play. What is his idea? Can you guess? Yes, Senthil, Anmol, Darshit. नहीं, not Darshit. Anda Burger. Not Anda Burger. Arre, guys, I realize. All those who have said Queen C2, yes, it's the right move. You have a mate incoming there. We will go into it. Why Rook C2 is a mistake? Why Rook C2 is not working? Because for Rook C2, you can stop this mate. You can go Rook D2, and if check, you can go to f2. Once again, there is no checkmate there. You can collect the rook though. You can. But here, white must find the only move. Otherwise, it will be white who is in trouble. Why? Because this guy is coming to f1. There is a check. f1, and then it can get dangerous. So, very, very precise position it can get to, and it is all about calculation. So Caruana needs to be extremely alert and be precise in his calculation to maintain his lead. नाइट बॉड इज गिविंग एन आंसर. कैसे क्या दिमाग कैसे आ गए उसमें? Queen h7, rook e2. Arre, white to play. Queen h7 and rook e2 are your ideas. If you go queen h7, no, that is a super. I mean, any other move is not working because it's a check. You're winning the bishop here. If you go bishop f2, then there is queen d2, so you will lose the rook. Or if you go rook f2, then there is queen e3. And if you move the king anywhere, then anyway there is, okay, e5, a lot of things, but eventually you can also take this and the king will get mated. So here the only move after rook h1 would be, also all those who said rook e2, not going to work because the material is equal. Black's pawns are just going to start pushing. So the only move was queen d8. You had to counter attack. Many times the best defense is counter attack. And you have these threats over here. Now if a check, king g3 and queen e1 happens, you are okay to give the rook because you also win the bishop there, and when the king moves, you can also threaten this. So it's all becoming crazy here. They are having a crazy game. It is going towards that. Queen a7 has been played by Firuza. Right now, will Caruana find rook b2 is the main question. And last thing to show you after rook b2, because it's one of the most interesting position we are getting in a classical game. You can't even believe it. All those who said queen c2, yes, that was the right one. And in this case, rook d2 doesn't work. Why? Because of a check. There is a pin, you can see. So you cannot go rook d1, queen e3 would be over. And if the king will have to move here, then in between you have this check first, bishop takes d2, and now you are taking this. And now if queen d8, the problem is queen g2, you are winning material. Where is the king is kind of in a trouble wherever you go. King queen h3 check, and you will eventually have a support to the bishop. Lovely defense. So this is the way for Caruana. The question is, will he find rook b2? So this moment is very, very interesting. Gukesh's game, I'll quickly go, but I bet that this moment is more interesting right now than Gukesh's game. Queen c6, knight e4 has been played by Magnus. Gukesh is thinking. We had analyzed this long back. Rook e1 was our one of the move analysis, but Gukesh can also move the bishop. So let's look at it. Gukesh can also challenge the queen exchange, but I would really want to check what Fabiano is gonna play. आज सब ड्रॉ होने वाले एक्सेप्ट करुआना फिरोजा से स्वरूप इफ देर इज एनी एरर इन कैलकुलेशन परपेचुअल आ सकता है, ड्रॉ हो सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. सो फैबियानो हैज टू बी अलर्ट, एंड इफ फैबियानो फाइंड्स इट then he is in his best form for sure. If he finds it, he is going towards a masterpiece, because he has some simpler options also, like queen b4 check, and as you see he doesn't maintain as much. This is like a simpler one. He could go for this, but मज़ा नहीं है ना यार उसमें कुछ जो रुक b2 में है. Shubham Chess India Club is in Mumbai, and it is 5 to 7 on every Saturday at Phoenix Market City, Kurla. Not the other one. What do you think, guys? Will Caruana find rook b2? Would you have found rook b2? Darshit says no. Sentil says probably. Anmol says yes. Arijit says no, I would not have. Learn says Caruana is 10 times better than us. 10 कैसे यार? 100. I don't play classical, so can't say. Caruana will find it. How do you like this position though? Anda Burger says I'll go for rook b2 even if it's a blunder. No chance, says Zakraya. Okay, we will see. I think he'll definitely be tempted for it, and but somehow this looks a little safer, so he might go for queen b4, queen d6, but it would be very impressive if he finds this. Let's see if Gukesh has played. No, by the way, Anish versus Nakamura game ends in a draw, so that is going towards an Armageddon. Aryan versus Wesley. Okay, they have got some progress here. Finally, f4 was played by Wesley, exchanging the bishops here. No, it will get exchanged. Rook d8 now by Aryan, so he is in complete control. The rook endgame seems like going towards a draw. So chances, this is also going for a what to say, Armageddon. Firuza versus Caruana. Right now we are at a beautiful position where if Caruana finds this, maza aa jayega. But let's see what happens. Mamedera versus Norderbek. This also looks like a draw. Yeah, actually it's all going in Armageddon. And Gukesh versus Carlsen also looks like equal. Oh, whoa. So only chance right in this round to win is with Fabiano. In this game is with Fabiano. Chaitanya says Caruana is not castling in most of his matches in this tournament. See, he has come with a mood. The aggressive mood, the dynamic mood. Is rook b2 very easy for you, Amruta? Asks Vinicius. So how it will happen, Vinicius, is if this is a game, then the way we start calculating is obviously checks and captures and threats, right? And 7th rank rook b2 move, you are going to look at it. It just comes to you. You cannot really miss it, avoid it. The other one is, I have queen b4 and queen d6. So you know you have that. So if you start calculating with a move like rook b2 because it's forcing threats here, and naturally this looks like a forced move. So this is how you continue the variation. ये खेला forced है, तुम ये खेलोगे, ये forced, that was forced, he will take here, that is forced. Now once again you will pause for a bit and you will see there are two options, rook c2 and queen c2. While calculating, you don't know one of them is a wrong move. You don't know that yet, okay, intuitively. But you will, let's say, calculate which move. Let's say you will calculate the move queen c2 and you will say there is a mate here. And there is a mate. If he goes king f1, you know that there is a mate. So it's not happening. So once again you realize that either rook d2 he will have to block because there is no other check, or bishop d2. Rook d2 was one move which we saw. Now bishop d2 suppose is played. Your calculation is still in a way easy to continue because there are not many options at every point. There are just one or two options. Again you will consider a check here. And for a check, the king has to go somewhere. Where will he go? King f2. Let's say it will try to escape. Then this is a pin. So queen f4. So this is how your calculation will keep going. Now if it is a blitz game, it is not at all a big risk you can take. It's not easy. But if it is a classical game, in 20 minutes, like a position for Caruana, he will be able to calculate. So I think for a decision to play rook b2, Caruana will use his time. He has 1 hour and he will go rook b2. That's my prediction. By the way, Carlsen versus Gukesh. Gukesh is still thinking. He has come down to 42 minutes. Last he started at 49 minutes. Okay, it's been 7 minutes since he's thinking. And this position is currently a draw. But Gukesh still needs to play alertly. And mostly if this pawn is gone, it should be over. I mean, draw. Does Firuza have a chance to defend the mate? Guys, you have to tell me which game should I be. Should I keep switching between this and Ali Reza? Because I left it right now halfway. I would have loved to calculate that. These kind of positions are my personal favorite. I love such positions. In fact, this is one of a very good training that you... Oh, wait a second.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, hello?
Hello, hello. Can you hear? Oops, wait, I'm on mute, I guess. No, I'm not on mute. Hello? Can the chat hear you? Sagar Bhav ka entry. Maybe Sagar cannot hear us. Sagar, can you hear us? Because I'm just moving the live board. There is no space for it. Sagar, hello. Can you hear us? Doesn't seem like it. Hello, hello. Oh, why is he gone? Hello. Hey, we could see you, we could hear you.
But I can't hear you.
But come back on camera, na. I'll do something. They can hear you. Chat can hear you. Chat can see you.
Now?
Yeah. Okay. So you can see the position. Wait, I'll start virtual camera.
Yeah, I can see you. No, it's fine. Don't start virtual cam. I can see.
But then you are not able to follow na many times.
Amruta, I have no engine evaluation, but I can see Gukesh's position right now against Magnus.
Wait, how can I make it happen? Like you can't hear me very quickly. Tell me microphone का because don't.
I can hear you.
ये तो मेरा कॉल चल रहा है ना इसके लिए. अच्छा
नहीं
कॉल
नहीं
नहीं
नहीं.
चल रहा है. Oh, you can hear.
नहीं.
Awesome. Perfect.
Yeah. So I was thinking that this position looks really good for Gukesh, isn't it?
No, it's not. I mean, it's equal. But
What about
Sagar,
bishop d4?
oops, this is the position.
Knight e4 is the last move, right?
Yeah, 94 is the position. It's going towards equality. Gukesh played brilliantly. I will tell you about it, everything. But
Yeah.
he really played well. Opening was amazing. And even there was one point where I can say it can be called as a slightly inaccurate move. Still not easy to understand, and Magnus absolutely jumped in on that opportunity, and these pawns are now kind of weak. This is going to go towards equality now. Bishop e3 is played.
Yeah, bishop e3 was played.
But Sagar, so this is one game which is interesting, but I'll just show you. This is a moment where we are looking forward to in Ali Reza versus Fabiano's game. Queen a7 has been played, and here if Fabiano finds the next move and the whole calculation, that is like a great position. Great, it will go in the books, black to play. So we have to see whether he will find. Can you
So
start?
can I see?
Yes, of course. सोचने को किसने रोका है? Free है. How are you?
Queen
By the way, 1 second. How are you?
I'm good, Amruta. I'm doing very well. Queen b4 check,
Huh.
king f2.
Okay, tell me your candidate moves only. Guys,
Queen
see how you can also calculate. One is
queen b4 check, queen c3 check,
okay.
queen e4.
Okay.
Queen e4 doesn't make any sense because of queen b8, king f7, queen b6 at least. Queen c3 check तो बोला.
हाँ, queen c3, queen b4, queen e4 हो गया. Anything else?
Short castling maybe.
ओह, शॉर्ट कैसल हो सकता है क्या? नहीं, किंग हिल के गया है ना, किंग d8 पे गया है. ओके.
अच्छा okay,
नहीं तो ब्लैक इज
no, d7 was
no,
hanging,
that's
so
I mean it was important that you don't know and you have to consider it. That was very alert of you, very proud of you. Archana says I have taken selfie with Sagar in rain, but he see me and said where is Ronak. Okay.
no, I was trying to find Raunak Sadwan because I wanted to do an interview with him, but I'm sorry that I couldn't talk to you properly.
हाँ, सागर भाई की शाहरुख एंट्री. Prakhar Gupta. Okay. Yes, Prakhar, you're right. You found it. Sagar, have you found it? Let me just check if nothing. Magnus is not yet played. Sagar, okay, let me tell you, queen b4 works fine. It's a possibility, and that's going to be a हाँ अच्छा खेला Fabiano. But it's another move. None of the move yet you've considered, but it's another move. What else comes to your mind? Now there is only one possibility. I mean, left.
Queen.
Guys, Sagar wakes up early morning and then he's like at the end of the day super tired, and then I'm like asking him, torturing him with questions. Maybe I'll tell you the move and then you can calculate. Forget the queen, Sagar. Forget the queen. Bring your pieces in the attack.
किंग को लेना है क्या किधर? नहीं, रुक को लेना है. कहाँ? पता नहीं. How? h5. No, रुक is fine. Sorry.
साथीदार चाहिए रे क्वीन के लिए. He needs a partner in crime.
Bishop has to come out, I think, somehow. Oh.
What's wrong with you?
Rook can be used, you mean?
Rook is attacked. Queen b8 is the threat.
Rook b2 maybe?
Yes, of course you have to calculate rook b2, but why did you take so much time for rook b2? Because it is threatening, it is having such big threats.
Yeah, rook b2 is good because queen 8, king f7, queen
Now you
h8.
calculate. I want you to calculate now. Queen 8,
Queen
king f.
8, king f7,
Queen h8.
queen h8.
Guys, we are able to test it on some human right now. All our computer calculation checkings.
Now I have rook c2 or queen c2, two moves.
Right. कौन सा पहले चेक करोगे? Which one would you? If this is your game, then which one first?
I think I would do rook c2 because there is a mate threat on e2.
Okay.
So rook d2 or bishop d2 seems like logical.
Okay. Which one will you calculate? Rook d2, let's say.
Rook d2. Okay, maybe I would see if also queen c2 very quickly. Queen c2
okay, that's cool. Not going in one
Oh,
variation.
he played rook
Oh,
b2.
he plays rook b2. Guys, firstly, Fabiano OP for sure. Or yeah, Caruana OP, whatever you like it. But OP for sure. Now it is important. Sagar, you're very tired. I'm like Narendra also says, "Aaj jaane do, banda tired hai." So banda sun lo. This one is beautiful. I would love to show it to you and the chat. Why Fabi OP and so just here queen h8 mara, okay, and you were right. You have two options, queen c2 and rook c2. Okay, you started with rook c2 and one of the move was wrong, rook c2 and queen c2. Intuitively, which move do you think wrong? Don't calculate, don't worry, just intuition.
I think rook c2 is wrong.
Correct. Intuition is right. Rook c2 is wrong here because rook d2 happens. And after rook d2, if you continue with your calculation, rook c1 check. Forced check, I mean right now. Then the king goes to f2. And now you take the rook on h1. And here, this is the point where white... Oh, well done. Well done. That was quick. Queen d8. A great idea here. And attacks d7. And if queen f1 check, the king escapes to g3. If queen e1 now, then the bishop goes to f2. This is the point where white is able to give up the rook on d2 and allow queen d7 check and takes on e6 and has this d pawn rolling. Matlab it gets unclear. It perpetual maybe, something like that. So going back, queen c2 was an important idea. And now in the same scenario, if rook d2 is played, then there is queen c1 check. And for king e2, there is first rook d2 check, bishop d2, and then queen h1 check. And this time when queen goes to d8, queen g2 check. If king d3, number of options actually, you can play anything, but there is queen h3 check and e5 defending the d7 bishop. There is also queen e4 check, queen c4 and queen b5 check, queen b7, those ideas. So that is how he is able to save. But he finds rook b2 because it was a big decision. You are giving up a rook, so that is cool. Because queen b4 would have been a little bit kind of dull move. Okay, so guys, Fabi OP, let's go to Gukesh's game, shall we? Oh, Magnus is still thinking. Magnus बहुत सोचा है आज. You know, Sagar?
Can you ask me some questions from this game?
Oh, yes, absolutely love to. 1 second. I will... You have not seen the game, na?
Not really.
Not really. Cool. So, I will ask you at move number 12.
Bishop
Until
b5.
Magnus... He played bishop b5, bishop e6 was played. And here, white to play. All those who have joined here, white to play.
He played d4.
Rakshit's, हाँ अच्छा, but then तुमने देखा हाँ फिर d4 was the best move. I didn't know that you've seen. Okay, very good move he played here. Okay, if bishop a2, then rook b2 आता है, and then bishop so that was very interesting. Bishop a2, rook b2. If bishop e6,
d5.
the point is not d5. You know why? What a defense! Beautiful defense it was. Rakshit says Fabi
D5.
OP. Also update. The bot
D5
I.
BD7.
Huh?
D5 BD7, na?
No, that is lost. BD7. I'll take on F6 and.
C6 BC6.
हाँ सेम आइडिया बिशप G4 करके सेम आइडिया बिशप G4 and then there is a pin there, so that was a great defense over there. So yeah, so for D4 he didn't play bishop A2 anyway because of some there was other options, but Gukesh also found bishop takes C6. Now that was a very cool move, 14th move, and this was all not so easy, I think, to play such best moves. D5, so everything worked well. I will just ask you what was better in the move where he played where he played queen e2 in 19th move. Can you find an improvement over Gukesh's move? This was the only possibility, I would say. Wait a second, Sagar, let me read Rakshit's chat. The bot I was working on can now pull up latest articles on chessbiz.in and update on Discord channel whenever the new article is posted on chessbiz.in. Oh my god. Lovely. Thank you, Rakshit. That is amazing.
I was thinking.
RIP Ali Reza. Just tell me. Oh, by the way, Queen H8 has happened, and right now Fabiano again thinking of Queen C2 or Rook C2. This is an important moment. He cannot go wrong here. Let's see what he plays. Bol. Which move did you tell me?
I don't like that queen is coming to B2, black queen. So my thought also is queen E2 only, but as you said,
so that's what. So the better option was, bishop G3 was important. That you first pin this D6 pawn and put pressure, and you are not giving him time here.
knight E5.
If knight E5, then go queen D1. And if knight C4, then you are going queen D3 attacking the C4 knight. Knight moves, then you have bishop D6. So for him, only way if he wants to keep the knight there, going queen B5. And you're still attacking the queen with rook B1. So this was the best. The queen still had to go to C5, only move. So this was something, I think, which was not very easy to allow, and here Gukesh had to play A4. I mean, if this would have got into such a variation, wasn't very easy to play. I think that's why he played the natural move queen e2, and Magnus found his knight f6 move, which was amazing, because the only reason it was the important move was for f3, knight h5 was the idea, and Magnus just finds it. So that changes everything.
Yeah.
Gukesh loses whatever advantage he had. And look at this, what Magnus plays right now. Knight g3. Disco to the bishop.
Oh, nice.
Hey, I'll do the virtual camera na, so it will become easier if we share the board.
No, I'm seeing knight g3.
And Gukesh has gone rook e1 over here. Is Magnus going to play? Oh my god, is there a perpetual? No, there is no. If first of all, if Gukesh would have captured over here, then rook takes e3, and then this is an unnecessary doubled pawn here. Of course, not needed. So Gukesh goes rook e1, and Magnus goes rook e6 here. But guys, there was a very interesting possibility. Oh, Sagar, what are you eating?
Vedika has come here. She got this mango.
Wow, lovely, awesome. Sagar, here you know what Magnus had? Huh?
Rook e3.
Oh, you saw that? Awesome. Rook e3. How is it even working? If rook e3,
B1.
queen b1 check, king f2,
Knight h1.
knight h1, if king e2.
Queen c2. Wait. Queen
Yeah, queen c2 only move. But if king
e2.
f1, huh?
kd2.
No, queen c2 को क्या?
kd2.
bd2 कैसे? I'm talking about Magnus.
Sorry.
Gukesh's game.
Yeah.
No, queen c2 check, king e1, then queen f2. Oh, he had a draw here. Magnus had a choice of a draw here, actually.
But rook e6, is he getting ambitious?
And here it's a perpetual. Very
Is he
interesting.
getting-
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, highly possible. Rook e6. What is Gukesh going to do here?
Queen f3.
Queen f3. You are playing it safe. Knight has to go back. Forced knight e4. Oh, but then bishop d4. I like
Yeah.
it for Gukesh then.
Yeah. Queen f3 को और क्या move कर सकता है black?
No, lost. Anything else is lost. The knight is trapped, na?
तो knight e4 bd4 के बाद
Huh?
isn't white better?
No, not better. It's still equal only. But अपने को practically you feel like white can be slightly.
Because rook is hanging, no? I mean knight is hanging on e4.
So knight g5. And the rooks will get exchanged.
Knight g5, queen f2.
Knight. Oh. Knight h3 check.
What?
Oh my
What?
god. Oh wow. Knight h3 check is such a cool move. Guess why? I should have asked this to the chat.
H rook g6.
If gh, rook g6, yeah. If king h1, blunder, guys, find a move, black to play.
है ना?
क्या queen b7 हाँ. Yes, Normi, Arjun, Pratham, Samir and Aditya. Well done. That's a mate. And if king f1, then you found
Queen b5 check.
rook e2.
Queen b1 check.
If rook e1, queen b5 perpetual. And if queen e1, oh, Fabi finds queen c2, says Aditya. Awesome. And if
Queen
queen
F5
e1, then queen f5. Yeah, that's the perpetual. Amazing.
Rook f2.
Huh?
Queen h. Rook f2.
Wait, Magnus has played, Gukesh has played. So what Gukesh played was queen d5.
Queen d5.
He played queen d5 here, and Magnus is now thinking, actually, what will Magnus play here? Can he play rook e3 again or no? Wait. Not this time, because rook e3, this time if you go queen b1, then for king f2, if you go queen c2, no, knight h1 was the threat, na? Knight h1, this time king e2, queen c2 ko there is queen d2. So now he doesn't have that opportunity. It's gone. So queen d5, a good move by Gukesh, and Magnus needs to play queen e8, pinning the e3 bishop further.
He'll find it.
Shall we go for 2 minutes on Firuza's game, because that is completely crazy. Queen
Yes.
c2 has been played by Caruana.
Nice.
Wow, look
Okay.
at the lead which Caruana is going into, Sagar, because he's beating Ali Reza, and he outprepared Ali Reza today.
Okay. French defense. French defense is the new Sicilian, it feels to me.
Wow. So are you advising people like now they
Because
should start
even when
playing?
Nigel Short wanted to win here against Raunak Sadhwani, he chose the French.
Oh.
Also,
What else?
Raunak
How is
beat
it
him with
going
two
over there?
Sicilians.
Raunak kya?
Raunak beat him with two Sicilians.
Acha. How is it going over there, Sagar?
It's a brilliant event. I think both matches are very special with three decisive games
Hmm.
each. And also, the Grandmaster Open is very, very exciting. Um, like, there are so many people whom we know in chat, whom we have supported through Help Chess, or we have done reports on them, or we have done interviews whom I met in person, and
Wow.
I'm able to sort of talk to them, talk to their parents. I'm able to meet so many people who follow us on YouTube. I think the overall experience is just fantastic.
Oh, brilliant. And today, how
I'm
was.
just loving it.
Acha. And how is it like? How was Vidit's game today? He won, right?
Yeah, he won very smoothly in 20 some moves.
Hmm. That's cool.
It was it was very quick today.
Wow, guys, that is awesome. Sagar is in Nagpur, and I guess many of you are also in Nagpur and must have met him. So amazing there. Today also very exciting day. Sagar, what? Where do you want to go? Which game? Gukesh. Shall we go to Gukesh?
Can we also go to Anish versus
Are
Hikaru's?
you you know something about Anish Hikaru?
Yeah.
So they played. They were playing a game, and until 20 moves, actually they were following one game. They must. I doubt after 15 moves whether they knew that they were following the game because they had used a lot of time. The game was Ali Reza versus Pragnananda. And they followed that game until 20 moves, and later it ended in a draw. Oh, that is Armageddon started. Oh, 6 minutes for Anish, 4 minutes for Nakamura. I'm telling you, if it is better, Sagar, if we have a virtual camera, really it is easier. We will be on the same page. तुम्हारा आवाज क्यों गया?
Yeah, we can, but my internet is bad, so
अच्छा, internet is bad. ठीक है, fine. Sagar, I'm here. Anish versus Nakamura right now. You guide whichever game you want to see. I will switch there. Voice again gone.
yeah, I'm over there. No, this is good. Let's look at this game. Wait,
हाँ लैग है
let me
इसके लिए.
make
ओके
it.
गॉट इट. तुम जब बात कर रहे हो उसके बाद आ रहा है आवाज. Bishop c8 by Naka. Naka has 3 minutes 47. Oh, so Anish. Can you see now? I mean. Sagar hanged. By the way, Wesley versus Aryan Tari also ended in a draw. Sagar will be back. I think his internet is bad. But Bishop c8, Anish has maintained 2-minute advantage at least. But the position is equal. Naka has managed to get into an equal position. Sagar, are you back?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
cool.
back. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, so rookie A played
But
by
your camera
Hikaru
is hanged.
Nakamura. He just needs a draw. He just needs a draw. 3
Oh,
minutes 43 seconds for Hikaru. 5 minutes 28 seconds for Anish. He goes King G. Giri has a very nice pawn structure. 4 pawns very connected. He can now 4 sort of securing that.
Sagar, your camera is hanged and your voice is also breaking beach mein. So maybe you can just disconnect and come once. Or I can put on your WhatsApp call and you can be here on the video. Yeah, you can continue.
Yeah, I think F4 is a very nice move by Anish. And also, Amruta Nakamura has lost all his Armageddons until now, right?
Oh,
He has lost
acha.
to he has lost to Wesley, I think. And now I think he's also in trouble against Anish because he has 2 minutes 52 seconds and Anish
Right.
has 5 minutes 10 seconds.
Yeah, and the last move, bishop g7, tells that white gets some advantage, slight advantage.
Yes, but how should you continue?
Rook
That's the
d8.
question. Go rook d8, but rook d8, bishop e6 maybe.
Hmm.
Okay, by the
Then,
way, Anish has 4 minutes 40
yeah,
seconds now.
he has to go rook d8, bishop e6, then he has to exchange rook e8, and jump with his knight to d4. That's the
Right,
whole idea.
right.
But and if c6, then take on e6, knight e6. Basically, that is his plan. Let's see if Anish finds rook d8 move, because that is the only chance, maybe.
He's taking his time. He's taking his time, which is actually good to see.
Is it good actually? What do you
Because
think?
this is the critical moment, right? That he needs to play rook d8.
Hmm.
Also, Hikaru is very quick on the board, Amruta. So even if he falls back on time, like he has only a minute, he will be very quick to make his moves.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, but if they come
Okay,
on equal
Anish.
time, then it's like advantage to
Yeah,
Hikaru, no? That is the only chance. And
absolutely.
then right now,
Absolutely.
oh my
Why is he
god.
thinking so much? Maybe he wants to play something else, Amruta. Maybe he wants to go c5.
Oh,
c5 could be a move that he is thinking about,
but then bishop
perhaps.
a6,
Ah, bishop
trouble.
a6 is there. Maybe he's thinking about knight d4 directly.
Oh, knight
Knight d4.
d4.
Oh, he
That's a
goes
decent
h4.
move. Oh, h4.
But h4 after thinking for
Huh?
nearly 2 minutes.
Bapre, and that too right now. Oh, Hikaru plays b5. But you know what? Hikaru had to play h5, and h5 was anyway such a good move because it gives bishop the square is also f5 and g4. So h4 was a bad move. But okay, b5. Now cb5. cb5 and knight c3.
Yeah, and I like White's position now because b5 is weak, and if you play b4, then knight a4 with the idea of going knight c5 or b4, knight d5, very strong moves. He goes c6 now.
Hmm.
He's defending those 2 pawns. Anish goes knight e4, looking to enter the position on d6. Bishop e6 played, attacking the b3 pawn. Perhaps could
Yeah.
fall. Also knight c5. Amruta, can be possible? No, he goes knight
Knight
d6,
d6.
attacking the rook.
Even for b5, Anish had to play rook d8, and that was that time Sagar. It was a big advantage to him, but he's missed it. Let's see.
Now if we go f5, oh, he goes g5. What? G5?
He
Do
has
you
a
like this move g5?
he has something completely different in his mind. I think he is aiming at this king in some way. I don't know in
Yeah,
what.
but still, I mean, g5 is so.
I know, maybe Sagar. He has something like he wants to take his bishop to f6 and then go. That is
How?
true dramatic though.
How? b3 is hanging now. Can you go b4?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he plays it.
goes.
2 minutes 25 seconds to Anish. 2 minutes for Hikaru.
And just an update, Magnus has found Queen E8, by the way. Hmm. But okay. He
Rook
goes
a8.
Rook 8. Hmm.
Yeah, I like Black's position now, Amruta, because you can put your bishop on d5.
Hmm.
All your pieces are working.
Yeah. Also, bishop f8. Do you think he will exchange the knight?
Maybe yes, why not? Ah, he goes knight b7. He doesn't let him exchange.
But look at the
But now,
time. 2
now
minutes.
bd5, Amruta, just bd5. Yeah.
He goes bd5. But if bishop f8, knight c5, knight d7, knight f6. Uh,
I don't see the knight doing much on f6 if you put your king on e7 as black.
yeah. h4 g5 plan did not work out. Oh, he goes knight a5. Rook a4. Now Anish is in trouble or what?
Okay, 4, rook d4.
Yeah, Anish is in trouble. Rook h8. Yeah, he finds it. Nakamura finds it. Anish lower on time than Nakamura now. And position also not the best. Yes, Sagar?
Yeah, Rook h8 played Amruta. I think this is getting out of hand for Anish because he's low on time. Also, Rook a2 now. Maybe a very strong move. Rook a2 with the idea of Rook a h2.
Ah,
Yes,
he
follow it.
plays it. He
He
plays it.
finds it. 57 seconds. I think this time Anish. He just thought for the 2 minutes and played h4. That was, I think, the turning
Hmm.
point of the game.
Hmm.
And Black, by the way, guys, in Armageddon is okay with a draw. He has 42 seconds. There's no increment. Hikaru has 1 minute 20 seconds. So this is all but over.
Yeah.
Rook a2. He goes Rook d3. Okay. Why not Rook? Rook h2.
They'll, I think, get repeat because Rook d1 is kind of forced.
Yeah. Rook a2 now. Oh, he takes on d5 just to win.
Desperate attempt.
But I think that's just over.
Wow, Rook c8 is.
Because Rook c8, if you take Rook b5, there is Rook c3.
But here Anish can start taking his king f3, king e4. I mean, he must. That's the only way to. Oh, but 8 seconds. 8 seconds without increment.
Nakamura must do JNK gambit now.
Now it's over.
But Amruta, in this Armageddon, is there an increment after move 60?
Really?
No, I didn't know.
I
don't know.
I don't think so. There was nothing mentioned like that. But Sagar, if you're tired, you can. Okay, this is over. 4 seconds for Anish. Oops.
Yeah, great game by Hikaru actually.
1 second increment, Satish is saying, after move 40. Oh, already they have 1 second increment. Not sure.
Okay, Amruta, let's go to another game.
Yes,
because
this is
for
over.
Hikaru.
Okay, let's go to Gukesh versus Carlsen because they had some exchanges, Sagar, after Rook e1. On move number 27. Can you take us from
Yeah.
there?
Yeah, Rook e1, Rook e6. We saw Queen d5. He doubled, attacking the bishop. He took on g3. He took on e3. They traded with a check. King went to h2. He took on c3. And now, after Queen d8 check, Queen d7. I think the position is just equal, and the players will agree to a draw very soon.
Yeah. Okay, do you think Magnus has any chances with the 3 pawns on the king side, a good pawn structure? Does it matter or doesn't matter?
No, I don't think it matters a lot because the queen you cannot create a passer anyway. So I don't think it matters any much.
Correct. Also, perpetual is queen d7 idea is queen f5, guys, currently. But he goes f6. Magnus goes f6.
Yeah, now what if queen f5?
f6 is in a way calling for a perpetual, no?
Yeah, it's like a draw.
Yeah, queen f5, king h8. Maybe queen e6 or maybe queen g6, something like that. So that's going to be a draw.
And then we'll have the Armageddon.
Yeah. And what about Fabiano? Oh, Fabiano, guys. After queen c2, bishop d2 was played by Firuza. And Fabiano gives a check. He finds the only way to continue. And king goes to f1 over here. And now Fabiano is thinking queen d3 is a good check there. I think if he has found till here, he'll of course find the next moves also. Sagar, do you want to take some rest and come on Armageddon, or do you want to just go and take rest or not come?
Yeah, I'll
What?
come back in Armageddon maybe.
Okay. I mean, only if you are ऐसा कुछ ये नहीं है compulsory gone. So hoping guys that he will come back, but as of now, yes, that was Sagar for you. Anish lost. Yeah, a little bit sad over there. I think the key moment was where everything turned for him was when he went h4. Oops. Over here. h4. Because here it was okay, but he needed to go rook d8. Good position. Had 2 minutes more. It all changed there. Now Aryan Tari versus Wesley is also going to be happening as an Armageddon. Mamedara versus Northerbek, they are still fighting, but it is a draw if they both play accurately. But with night endings, anything can happen. Maybe g5 is incoming right now. Possible. Typical break when you have the structure f4 and e5. Also Caruana, yeah, he plays queen d3. This is interesting. Let's stay here for a while. King e1 check, because the finish is going to be nice. Now Caruana, because if Caruana gives a check, king f1 check, you don't want to repeat. Yeah, you need to find something instead. So what is it that you want to find? Either he will have to change here after queen d3. Does he have something else? No. Or here, what otherwise? Apart from queen e4. Guys, can you find a best move? Because if Caruana doesn't find it, actually, it may not be so easy. Wow, I thought anything should work for him. Let me see the chat. Yeah, that's Gukesh's live board as well, which we have. Gukesh is thinking, and here we have Caruana's game currently. Yes, Prakhar, absolutely right. Subhashish, Ajinkya, no, not Ajinkya, Samir, Nitin. Don't know yet, Tanmay. Come to know Acharya and Aditya. This is correct. c5. What a move. Caruana must find this move c5, and the idea is beautiful. Bishop b5 and the skewer and queen e2 mate. That's the idea. Also, look at this queen on d3. It protects the h7 point. Important one. And for c5, if let's say white tries to go something like queen d8 and all, with the idea of queen e7, now if you play, now will you play bishop b5? That's a question to you guys. Will you play bishop b5? Yes or no? खेलोगे या नहीं? देखो c5 खेला with the idea of bishop b5. Now are you going to follow that or no? And if not, then why not? No. Yes, Sandeep says yes. Ajinkya says yes. Samir says yes. Normi says yes. Learn says yes. Okay, majority of the people are saying yes. Bishop b5. And guys, यही देखो क्या हो गया. गेम दे दिया वाइट के हाथों में. क्यों दिया? क्या हो रहा है? What's happening there? What did you miss? You missed defense when you are attacking. Many times what happens is we get carried away in the attack. And then it's like the opponent के पास कुछ है ही नहीं. Opponent has given up. When you are defending, many times you are striking back. Opponent defend करता है तो calculation में opponent गया. Exactly. Queen e7 check. And for king g6, the whole point is, no, not f5. Queen takes e6 and you protect the e2 square. Queen e2 mate नहीं हो रहा है. And then this d6 guy is there. Let's not forget him. Plus, the king can be weak. g4, f5, you will get mated. Look at this mating pattern. Already. g4, f5. 2 move mate हो रही है. So that is the reason. He needs to be careful. This is an important position for him. One is that c5. If queen d8, that is something how you continue. Then your Caruana will need to find. What is the move he needs to find, guys, over here? Tell me. Aditya says first queen e4, then bishop b5. Queen b5 says Anda Burger. Prakhar says queen e4 check. Yes, queen e4 check important. The point was earlier this king was all the time going on f1. But now if it goes to f1, there is bishop b5 check. Once again you don't have anything here. You will have to go to f1 or g1. King g1 भी गया तो कोई g1 नहीं मिल रहा है. Queen d4 check. Going to be over. Bishop e3, queen e3 mate. And if king f2 here, the same way. Now he's entered a pin. Queen f4 check. Once again, the king can't go anywhere. Wherever it goes, let's say if we know either g1 पे तो queen d4 check है. And if king e1 now, you can how to finish this? Actually, how to finish this? Because if queen e4 once again king f2, but this time there is no pawn here. What you can do is you can give a check still. Again a pin. Once again if king e1. No guys, how do you mate? Black to play. क्या करोगे? Let me ask you. How do you checkmate the king? It's a feeling कि यार हो रहा है, खत्म हो रहा है, पर कैसे? What's the calculation? Wow. Quite tricky, yeah? Quite tricky. Maybe rook c2. Now, can you make a move like rook c2? जहाँ पे तुम्हारे पास time नहीं है. You don't have time. You need to force things. Rook c2 is not going to work. Once again, the same idea. Queen e7 and queen e6. You know what is your opponent's threat. Not going to work. People who are saying rook d2 here. Once again, what is the idea? If rook d2, wow, it's working. What is the idea? Queen e4 check. So you're not going for a checkmate, basically. Okay, you are going for a checkmate. That is amazing. And if rook e1 are trying to stop the checkmate, then you have queen h4 check, important check. If g3, then there is queen h2 check. King f3, then there is bishop c6 check. Cool. So that is a good idea which you guys have found, which is also very natural. And few people have said queen h4 check. That is also cool because queen h4 check, all squares are covered and you force him to play g3. And now things are going to be different with queen e4 because this guy is not there. So queen e4 will change the whole thing. King f2 ke baad. You have, oh actually that's not even the point. The point is to take away his escape square. Brilliant. This is the easiest. So that's something Karwa. Oh my god. Fabi OP. He finds c5. He goes for c5 and which means he has calculated it all. The whole combination started on this move here. Move number 22. Not even move number 22. We say the combination starts where things are forcing. Knight c6. Here white played knight c6, bc6. Yeah, queen a5 check, king a8. Yes, 22. It started on 22. He's already there 5 moves later on move number 27. And यहाँ पे for c5 what was played was h4 by Ali Reza. Ali Reza goes h4, and this time there is no queen e7 threat with queen e6, so bishop b5 just works, absolutely works. Wow, lovely combination. Yeah, hats off. Yeah, rise of the planet. Rise of the bots. Yeah, Nightbot is becoming tactically very, very strong. I think he's giving a tough fight to you guys. Fabi is thinking, but bishop b5 with the idea of mate this time not gonna really help. And for king f2, what will you do, guys? ठीक है चलो, बहुत simple है, because here you can also take and take. Wait, let me just refresh it. By the way, Gukesh has played for f6, queen f5 check, king goes to h8, and Gukesh plays a4 over here. Magnus goes queen e5. Now, the question to you guys. What is the king pawn endgame if you take and take? A question to you guys. What is the king pawn endgame? Is it a draw? Is it winning for Magnus? Is it winning for Gukesh? That's the question. Draw, winning for black. Black wins. Draw, lost for white. Winning for Magnus. Yeah, if you take, yes, absolutely. You see here, though the pawns are equal, one pawn stops the two pawns over here, and this pawn is a passer, so this will be winning for black. It's like he's a pawn up, and king pawn endgame is just you can see that. So of course anything else, yeah, but not take. So he plays, Gukesh gives a check, king h7, and then Gukesh gives another check here, queen c2. If king goes back, queen c8 check, and maybe we are going to finally a perpetual. Yes. If g6, by the way, you don't have queen c7 because it's controlled. So if Magnus wants to continue, he will play g6. Wow, that will be crazy, yeah? And maybe he will continue. Maybe he'll play g6. What do you think? Okay, let's go to, yeah, let's see. Guys, let me know if he goes for g6 or not. In the meantime, Fabiano, what has he played for h4? He's still thinking. Arantari Wesley Slow has started. Not slowly, but Wesley has 3 minutes. Aryan has 5 minutes. Aryan is white, so he has the duty to win here. Otherwise, Wesley, even a draw is a win for Wesley. So rook e5, last move, takes, rook d3. Actually, Wesley is in control and seems like he is going towards a draw. Okay, what about Fabiano? Has he played? No, he's not yet played. He's thinking. What is he thinking? Is he thinking queen e4 check first? Is he thinking queen g3 check first? Because there are definitely possible moves, but you know, when you start a combination, you would always love to finish it beautifully, like finding the best moves. Gukesh has given another check, and Magnus is repeating. Magnus says no g6. I don't want you. Your stamina might be more. You are just 17 years old. I am though 32 years old. So, no, or 33. So draw incoming, and we are going to see an Armageddon between Gukesh and Magnus. And another question prediction will be, will Sagar be able to wake up? क्योंकि उधर उठाने के लिए कोई है ही नहीं, अगर सो गया है तो कैसे उठाएंगे उसको. His phone is generally silent. Earthling says didn't know 33 was old. Earthling, yeah, अभी नए generation में 33 is old. Okay, they are repeating, but let's quickly go to Fabiano. He is still thinking. He is wanting to find the best way. You know, you just don't want to miss the best way. Oops, lovely. And Wesley, Aryan, still Wesley is having a better position. Matlab Aryan has no chance there because even a draw works. So black, today it's a day for black or what? No, let's not say that. Can Gukesh change it? Can Gukesh change it? H4, still Ali Reza has played a H4 and Fabi is still thinking. What is he thinking? Why is he not playing Bishop B5? And why is Gukesh and Magnus not ending yet? How many times have they repeated? 1, Queen F5 check. No, 1, Queen C8 check. Only once they have repeated, actually. Why is Gukesh thinking? Everything is funnier right now. Yeah, I'll stick to both the games, Ali Reza and Magnus. What about Hikaru versus Anish? Anish lost that game, so Hikaru moves forward. I'll also show you the standings in between. मैंने तो सुना 40 is the new 20. अच्छा. Yeah, 40 might be new 20 if the guy at 40 started working at 35. Highly possible. No, I'm kidding. I think your age reduces the more you are using your mobile. पर सब लोग अभी मोबाइल छोड़ के जाओ मत. Abdu versus Shak. Oh, that was a draw. And that is still a draw. But they love to fight. Both are fighters. So they will fight till death do us apart. So King D6 by Shak. And actually, Shak is slowly getting towards the king. So he is trying to put Nadirbek under pressure. But check there, he'll take here. And Nadirbek is a tough guy. He's not just going to be like missing out there. He has the check from behind. Check, 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 check. And they are also going towards a draw. So let's stick with Ali Reza. The point was Caruana had a lot of time. So when he... Actually, one more thing to see is when he played Rook B2, yeah, he had... Imagine, he started with 1 hour 10 minutes. And then, from there, he has started with this combination and he has come down to 21 minutes. So, 1 hour 10 minutes and 20 minutes. How much time has he used? If you see... 50 minutes he has used for the combination. Oh my god. Plus, at that point of time, how much time did Ali Reza have? He had 27 minutes. So, another 7 minutes. So, in a way, 57 minutes. You see the whole position, it's like they took 1 hour in a way. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. Let's go to Gukesh. Magnus played King G8, Gukesh gave Queen C4 check, Magnus went King F8, Gukesh played Queen C8, King F7, Queen D7, and Magnus goes King G6 now. Gukesh will go Queen D3 check. Once again, whenever the Queen is challenged, okay, can you now go Queen F5? Last time it was easy, there was a passer pawn, but at this point of time, if black goes queen f5, is taking on f5 winning for Magnus or a draw? That's the question. Here, if queen f5 is taking on f5, winning for black or a draw? I'm not going to show standings right now. After the games are over, I'll show the standings. Please don't spam. You can check Hans. Yeah, maybe if we have a break, we will check. Maybe winning for Magnus. Black wins. Winning. Draw. Win for black, draw. Okay, that situation has come and he did not take. But if he would have taken, oops, is it hanging? If he would have taken once again, because we know it is equal to only one pawn here. This pawn is just a showpiece. Doesn't really matter. It's like Magnus is one pawn up against the two pawns. So Magnus will still be winning if you take there. Gukesh goes queen b5. And now the question to you guys, if Magnus takes this, how many of you know the rule of square? The rule of square. Okay, if Magnus, let me just refresh this. Yeah, if Magnus would have taken here instead of h5, I will tell you the rule of square. Okay, so look at this pawn. It's going to queen in 3 moves. If the king tries to be here, b6. King tries to be here, b7. King tries to be here, b8 queen. Not working. But here, if queen b5, a b5, imagine the king is already here. Let me make a move. Wait, king f7. Let me make a waste move, a3. And now king e7. Still, b6, king d7, b7, it's catching. You see the square? Where this is the last spot. And if you want to make a square, it's like this. The king is in the square, so it can stop the pawn. That's the reason here, of course, you will play b6, but that is the reason here it is not in the square and white is winning. So Magnus goes h5. It means Magnus right now is in no mood for a draw. He is still going to fight to improve his position as much as he can. What advantage he has is this queen. Right now, Gukesh has placed his queen wonderfully. But if Magnus is able to create a passer with this, Gukesh's king can be in danger. As we know, this pawn existence is like non-existence. Meaningless completely. And here Gukesh is a pawn down. So it's like Magnus is a pawn up. Indirectly. He is going to press. It's not going to be just getting over like this. Caruana has played. By the way, lot of moves have happened after h4. Bishop b5 was played by Caruana. King f2. Rook takes d2. Rook d2. Queen d2. King goes to g3. And now queen e3 check. Caruana is an exchange down. But too many pawns. Queen f4. Another pawn. King g1. And right now he is thinking what to do. The king has somehow managed to escape the mate as of now, but still in a tough situation. Queen d4 check. Can't go here, only move. Then you lose another pawn. Queen takes h4. Yes, it will of course open the file, but you don't mind taking it. Take it, because now you have another check for king g1. What a clean game by Caruana. I like queen e8 at first glance, says Rakshit. Yeah, I mean, the position which Gukesh entered in that queen endgame, that was from a better position to this position where Magnus is trying. So sometimes does happen when you avoid the simplifying variations, but you think that you don't want to do that and then you overstretch. Magnus in grind mode, I completely think so. Look at how many pawns this guy is having. Caruana 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as of now. This is hanging though, but for now he's having 5 pawns and a bishop for the rook. That is like knight. That is like a queen against the rook. That much material difference. Of course, right now he's losing this pawn, but it's almost a queen versus a rook. Crazy, yeah. This guy should just start rolling. Pawns are arranged like a ladder. Armageddon will start whenever the game ends. It will start generally in 10 minutes. Something like that. I mean, they say 20 minutes in the rules. Hard cricket says existence is non-existence. I mean, if you see deeply, that is true, yeah. We think we are existing, but we are actually not. Queen F8. He challenges the queen, says कि I can just बस एक बिशप और 2 पॉन, बाकी की तो ज़रूरत भी नहीं है. These are the eldest brothers. 5 भाई है. Forced queen exchange. देखो ना, queen can't even escape the exchange. Earthling says we are existing. Inception वाला feeling मत दो वापस. Lonely king with 1 pawn. That's true. Gukesh's game, please. He still has to draw. Yes, Pri. He has to draw. Completely agree with you. King h2 he has gone, and now Magnus is going to go g5. I think it's going to get tougher for Gukesh, guys. This is going to get tougher for Gukesh. My God, how does this guy, Magnus guy, manage it? I just can't believe it, the way he does it. White king is like John Wick facing an army alone. 5 minutes to Firuza and Caruana has 15 minutes. Guys, मैं थोड़ा कम बात कर रही हूँ. Of course you won't mind. That might be a wish since long time of everybody. But I'll save some energy for Firuza resigned. Oh, Fabi won. Fabi OP. Absolutely Fabi OP, guys. Just a brilliant game. What a preparation. If you see the whole game, French out prepared his opponent and then found such an amazing combination. Just what a risk he took, keeping his king in the center. He really deserves to be the sole leader. Lovely play by Fabi. Neneng says, I am from Indonesia. Miss. Oh, that is great. Which city in Indonesia? Bandiong city. I don't know. I have been to Jakarta. Jakarta is in Indonesia, right? Don't mind, my mind is not working. Don't mind, my mind is not Never mind, I don't have a mind. Fabi world number 2. Oh. Oh, this is over, no? Now why are we here? We are only one game is going on and Magnus goes G5. He goes G5. He is pressing. Gukesh is going to be in trouble. But would that trouble which Magnus is creating be enough for him? But this is crazy. Because I can't believe from the position which we had and the position which we have reached here. Like, in a way you can say draw was taken for granted. Ki, yaar, abhi to hai draw. It was like that. Just taken for granted. But look at the setup Magnus found here. Kept his queen on e5. Even here at this point where it ended. Wait, let me show you where he played f6. Yeah. This position, the setup Magnus found, and it just was so smooth. f6. He didn't think much. Look at the time he took. Just 1 minute. He had number of setups for these 3 pawns. He kept a pawn on f6. Then he kept his queen on e5, which protected his a5 pawn. He had no intention of getting to these double pawns. This was protected, knowing that the queens can never be exchanged. And he knew the simple plan that he had to advance. And now, this king and these double pawns. If these pawns were not doubled, it was okay. But with the double pawns, mating nets can happen. Just imagine if the queen is on the last rank, mating nets are happening. Queen h1 check is going to be a mate to the king. Now these tactics are going to cause some trouble. That's why Gukesh, of course, can save himself, but he will need to be very accurate and Magnus will put a lot of pressure on him. Queen e1, if right now with the threat of checkmate, one move checkmate, only move to defend. Yes, king h2, only move to defend. And now, how can Magnus create more complexities? Black to play. Suppose you are Magnus, how will you try to create complexities here? Oh, guys, Magnus is not giving you any time. इसके लिए slow नहीं चलेगा. He's gone h4 and Learn had suggested g4. But Learn, g4 was not enough. It was not working. There was queen b8 with the idea of queen f4 check. Perpetual. So Magnus goes h4. Amazing move. G takes h4 by Gukesh. Important that he needs to take here. Queen takes h4 check. King goes to g1. One double pawn has been exchanged. Once again we are at the same situation that Magnus is as good as one pawn up. ये दो क्या कर क्या रहे इधर. नाइट बॉट पुश करो, खुश रहो. आपके आशीर्वाद के लिए थैंक यू नाइट बॉट. Naveen says, Amruta, we miss your bullet games and Sagar giving commentary. Yeah, I think we miss his commentary on my bullet games. So we should, दोनों साथ में करेंगे तो मजा है. For sure, I agree. G4 by Magnus. Can this become an epic endgame where Gukesh is completely under pressure, but he saves it? Arjun has beaten Yu Yangi Keshav and Arvind Chidambaram drew with Abhijit Gupta. G4 and Guki is thinking queen c4. Guki, please. Right now, queen c4 you want to go and attack the g4 pawn here. That's what you want to go. Or do you want to go g3? Oh my god. Nothing is. what is the increment? I think increment after 60 moves, no, 10 seconds, right? Already has it started? Why not queen f5? Okay, that's a very good question because that's a double attack. So very good question. Black to play here. As we have been discussing, that white cannot enter a king pawn endgame. So that is the main problem. The queen has very limited places. Yes, Shiven, Chess Script, Sushant, Anda Burger, हार्ट क्रिकेट, वह हार्ट क्रिकेट में है और चेस देख रहे हो. पीडी, दर्शित, yes, queen e5 and you force the queen exchange and it will be lost. So not to make such blunders, you have to be careful. How much time? Gukesh is 5 minutes, Magnus is 12 minutes. This is getting tensed. Gukesh can go queen c4. Let's try to check how this can get for queen c4 over here. Magnus can bring his king aage, defend his pawn, threaten king h4. This can definitely be a possibility. And here Gukesh might. Can Gukesh just give a check? Let's try to see. And allow the king further here. Again a check. Finally Magnus will have to challenge the queen, otherwise it will be a problem. So I don't know. Magnus will figure out. Magnus will have to figure out. Guys, over here, look. Queen e5, such a nice move. Again challenging, and a disco is going to come. I don't know. We can analyze it deep, but better to just wait a little bit and see what Magnus does, because it's not lost. It can be defended. The point is, there is a lot of psychology involved with the pressure and with the time pressure, with the pawn down pressure, with how the game has converted from having better position for Gukesh from that point to this point. So the whole, it's a whole story there. It's not just this position particular, but it's a whole story there. Refresh the live board. Yeah, maybe let me also improve the live board. So that it refreshes automatically. Yep, there I'm gonna try. Where are the scores? On the official website. 1 second. I think this will get auto updated, so mostly won't be a problem. And I guess the problem will be solved. Can't believe the game was going to go in Armageddon, and right now it's already. Imagine if the game at the end of it becomes a draw, then there is still an Armageddon, guys. Let's not forget it. Oh my god, it's going to be a long day there. Okay, so that's updated. What happened to Fabi game? Fabi beat Ali Reza. He played a beautiful game. If you have not seen the game, please check out the combination. Maybe try to guess his moves. It started on move number, maybe from at move 21st. From move 22nd. Black to play. Draw means at least 1 point. Gukesh's time is, oh my god, he has only 1 minute 35 seconds. Come on, Gukesh, come on, you can do it. Should you play G3? Can you play G3? Because that could really solve a lot of issues. Is it really so bad? G3? Do you really need to worry about this? Queen G3? Because then you win this pawn and finally it can be some race. Looks very scary. How do we even calculate this? By the way, he played Queen C6 here. No, what did he play? Yeah, he played Queen C6 here. Yes, keeps control, still keeps control. But less time. This is so nerve-wracking. Yes, Priyanka, totally agree with you. I think G3 idea is to fix the G4 pawn. Yeah, I mean G3 looks scary, right? So right now the point is if G3, then King H3, it's not a mate this time because you go King G4. But if you take on G2, oops, sorry, Queen C6, he's protected. No, that was the whole point of it. You can't take there. But after King G4, is there anything else? No. So this becomes useless. The whole idea becomes useless. Good. That's cool. What a nice move. What a nice move. It defended, it attacked the f6 pawn, and if King G5 now, Gukesh will have to, I think Magnus will go King G5 here. That looks like a strong move. What else can Magnus do to improve his position? Another move which I think can be considered is something like Queen F2, where you protect the f6 pawn. That can be another move. Oh, but Magnus goes King G5. Yes, his guy. Queen B6. Gukesh doesn't think much, but Queen B6. Now Magnus has too much time. Now he'll win. Yes, now it's definitely practically very difficult, guys. This position, you're playing against Magnus, who is a pawn up with such a king. It's not easy. If Gukesh will hold this, it's only a miracle, I would say. It's not easy, even with such less time. It can only be a miracle. Oh my god, this cannot be good, yeah, because as we know, even a draw would have given him that point. Yet, what a fighter this guy is, seriously. Okay, what is Magnus going to do now? He needs to find some progress. The queen cannot just go anywhere because Queen A5 will be a check. So that is it. And right now, if G3 check, King H3, Queen H1 check won't work, King G3 is there. Once again. So G3 is just a premature move. What else? If king cannot go here, this will be hanging. If F5, then Gukesh will get some perpetual from behind. So that should be okay. He's gone Queen B6. So Magnus, will he play Queen C3? The move which computer suggests, which protects both these guys once again. Also keeps a watch on these ideas over here. Will he be able to find this move? Because then he asked Gukesh that you can't go here once again. You can't play this move. And where are you planning to keep the queen? That is the question he raises to Gukesh, taking out some important squares. And if Gukesh gives a check, then it will be over for him, because the king now goes to h4 and this queen cannot give any check to the king. And once the king is on h4 with no check, the idea is g3 and a mate there on the back rank, or even the queen exchange is going to be in favor of Magnus. So this is something which Gukesh surely needs to avoid, otherwise it will be very difficult. So queen c3, idea is king h4, g3 and a mate. Will Magnus find it? And how can Gukesh still try to defend a move? Queen c3 would be the question. Rakshit says it's like a waiting move, because from c3 it is controlling the same squares that it was controlling earlier. No, but when my main question is with king on h4, what were the checks white were having? White was not having, no checks. So over here, this was hanging, right? Over here, this was hanging. That is the main difference. He's just defended this with the idea of king h4. So to stop king h4, Gukesh will need to go back. Only then he can stop this. Luckily, g3 and takes, that pawn sacrifice is not going to help. And right now king h4 is stopped. So Magnus will again need to find something, and this time he might need to change the plan. And the plan might be to go behind these pawns, because if he is able to win these 2 pawns, then again it's over. So this can get very crazy, because if we get into such a situation, then the only move for Gukesh, white to player, guys, can you find it? If we go in this position, which is very likely to happen, then Gukesh will need to find his only move, white to play. What is the move? Anmon says the 10-second increment per move just isn't enough. Absolutely true. I mean 3 सेकेंड तो ऐसे ही जाते हैं when a move is played, and last के 2 सेकेंड में तो तुम you cannot, your mind cannot really work. So look at this, guys. Many of you have suggested 2-3 options. Guys, it was for white to play, not black to play. Queen e3 check has been suggested by many of you. And that's over once again. Remember the pattern. If black gets to exchange queens forcefully, it's over. You cannot allow a check which also forces the queen exchange. So that's not going to happen. Queen c2, if you make a move like queen c2, then we know the idea. What was the idea? Oh, how g3 is already working. Oh my god, look at this already here. g3 check, what a move. King takes g3 and queen f4 check, and guys, very quickly, 50 people, if king h3 black to play, finish it. Sudhan Deven, Shiven Rakshit, Darshit, Chess, Arush, Soham, Niklesh, Kevin, Heart Cricket, yes, सब जागे हो ये देखने को. Queen h4 check and it's over. So you don't even need the king on h4. If you see this pattern with the king on g5, oh my god. Okay, what has happened is Magnus goes queen d2. Magnus has not yet found a plan with queen c3. That's good. Queen c3 would be really a trouble thing for Gukesh actually. Now, what should Gukesh play? But does it change, or will Magnus always have a choice of queen c3? Queen c5 check is important. Gukesh doesn't have much time. 1 minute in his hand. He needs to give a check right now, because if king h4, man, this is not easy. This is just impossible to play accurate moves when you'll have such less time. The only move here is queen c7, stopping g3 once again in this way, plus threatening queen h7. He gives queen c5 check. Wow, Gukesh has found queen c5, the first part of this game, of this defense. That's a good thing. If king h4, will Gukesh find queen c7? Because that is important. If he doesn't find, then it's over. If he doesn't find queen c7 here, it's over. Magnus tried to stop queen f2 actually over here. But c file is in Gukesh's control. If the king goes back, which Magnus will not go back, mostly he will come forward, then Gukesh's king gets to come out to g3. That will be a good thing. But this is 50 seconds के लिए very very tough position for Gukesh to play, that too against this Magnus guy. Magnus needs to play, yes, queen h4, king h4. Wow, I really still, I mean, queen c3 was not so easy, guys. You can see that. But Magnus also had, okay, that was repetition and then still queen c3. But he also had queen e5 with the same idea, by the way. Very interesting. Queen c5. Magnus is thinking, good part is Magnus's time is also coming down. 4 minutes पे आ चुका है वो. Come on, Gukesh. Hold on. Hold on. Magnus can make mistakes. Sometimes. We are on move number 54th. If king h4, which Magnus will play, Gukesh will need to find this move. Only move. Otherwise, the idea is g3 and mate. So queen c7 will be the must move to stop g3. Now, another threat is the check there. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Here, Magnus, what will he do if he wants to improve his position will be a question. Can Magnus say, ki, okay, let me wait, I'll just simply take here. Can this work? No, because Gukesh definitely can give checks, check, 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 check. But he can also go back queen f4 with the idea of, guys, mate in one. Wow, that won't be possible. That is cool. Only move to save will be the king will need to go back, and then Gukesh can, in fact, can pick up with a check wherever the king goes. That's so cool. Wow, it can happen this way also. So, well, Magnus, that's why goes king g6. He doesn't want to keep his king here with such ideas of mate in one on him. And Gukesh, wow, Gukesh doesn't use much time. He goes king g3. It's not like he had forgotten that the king on h2 cannot come forward. This is brilliant. What he had to take care is there is no check on e5 and the queens get exchanged. But now g4 is attacked. And you might be okay to take the pawn and give this pawn because the more chances for perpetual. This is brilliant. This is just brilliant update for us, guys. Super. Come on. Keep going, Gukesh. You can do it. King g3. Now, Magnus, f5 looks one natural move there. But there might be just some perpetual, right? Which perpetual? Not easy. Not easy. Oh, he plays f5 and Gukesh goes queen e5. The move, I was like, where should I take my queen? But Gukesh finds it. Queen e5. Good move there. Good move. Queen e6 is the threat. If king g5, then there is queen g8 check. What is Magnus going to do? Will Magnus give a check right now? One more thing to know. There is no check which will exchange the queen. Otherwise, if queen exchanges, it's gonna get difficult. Because it's almost like black is a pawn up in king pawn endgame because of this useless a2 pawn. It's useless but not 100% useless. कभी ना कभी तो उठेगा. Battery charge हो रही है इसकी. Queen takes a2 says Rakshit. Rakshit बोल रहा है कि नहीं चाहिए ही नहीं, ये फोन ही नहीं चाहिए. Battery charge का तो forget it. 1 minute both. That is cool. That is cool. That is a very good news. If queen takes a2, then he can firstly also take here on a5. That is possible. But if you have perpetual, you would definitely prefer that. And queen e8 check, maybe the queen goes back. Maybe you don't have perpetual immediately. If queen d6 check, king g5, queen f4 check, king g6. This might be, if king h5 here, then queen e5 with the idea of queen h8 check and queen g7 and perpetual. Okay, they have made a move. They have made some moves. King g3, queen d8. Sorry, queen d8, king g3. Check. He first gave a check. Gukesh went king h2 here. He could have gone king h4, king f4, anything. He goes king h2. Queen d8 by Magnus. Gukesh goes king g3. Now Magnus is thinking, guys, this is getting very stressed because if this game ends in a draw, they are going to have an Armageddon. But if anything goes wrong and if Gukesh gets in trouble, then they both have very less time. No, but now I don't believe that Gukesh can get in trouble. Queen e4. Come on, Gukesh, be careful. Just take this pawn here. Or give a check. But I like taking this pawn here. एक टेंशन को तो फेस कर दिया. Queen takes a5. Come on. Brilliant chess, says Meet Shah. Keep calm. Okay, Mithilesh. I will try. Priyank says pressure cooker situation right now. Absolutely. Narendra says Magnus less time than Gukesh. सही है फिर तो बढ़िया. Well done Gukesh. Come on, 40 seconds, 38, 37. 10 seconds तक ना जाए. Yes, he takes the pawn. Well done Gukesh, well done. At least one stress less. Now it's not like queen exchange and it's lost. You never know, it might be queen exchange and maybe black is in trouble. Wow, that solves one issue. Now I think Gukesh is going to hold. There's no way that he won't. Maybe g3 Magnus will just keep the pawn here so that he has these ideas of mating nets. g3, but for g3 Gukesh does have check here first. He'll always bring the queen back. Okay, Magnus goes queen d4 check. He doesn't go for g3. Where's the king going to go? It can go anywhere. King f2, except for king h1. Of course, king h1 was a blunder. But Gukesh would not be playing that. Play faster, Gukesh, play faster. People are saying, but it will be managed, guys. Don't worry now. Because Magnus also is in time pressure. No, how can he find it? Can Magnus go f4? 10 seconds for Magnus. 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2. Nahi. He has to play something. What happened? 0-0 क्यों दिख रहा है? No, Magnus can't lose on time. That would be like the most unbelievable thing happening there. No, he goes here. Can we aim for 600 likes right now, please? Thanks everyone for 500 likes. Arey. Okay. Rakshit says 1000 likes for Gukesh. Guys, come on. 1000 likes. We like Gukesh. G3. Finally, the pawn is here. Mate in 1 is threatened by Magnus. Gukesh keeps the queen on the last rank. The king is safe. Both the mates are saved. One is f2 and one is the last rank. Magnus is thinking, can Magnus take the pawn? No, if Magnus takes the pawn, then there is g3 hanging. So Magnus keeps the g3 defended. King g1. Magnus has 15 seconds. Gukesh has 50 seconds. Gukesh has more time. King goes here. Gukesh needs to play a5. Otherwise, he is in trouble. He needs to play a5. Come on. Of course, the queen can't move. And the king can't move. a5 is the only move. But if he plays a3, then he is going to be in a big problem. 30 seconds and only move. Once again, in a very, very difficult situation, Gukesh has been. Magnus is bringing such situations again and again. Oh my God. Will he find it? Come on. Ah, yes. Gukesh goes a5. He finds it. That's cool. This was a very critical situation, guys. Obvious. No. It was in 20 seconds. You can get lost psychologically, guys. It's nothing. How much ever obvious. Nothing is obvious when you are under 20 seconds. f4. Okay, once again a6 needs to be pushed. It's more like a zugzwang here. The only thing is don't touch the a2 pawn. Just use this pawn. Jitna jaldi aage badhe. Yes, he goes a6. Check. Queen d3 check. Now, will he go queen e2 or king g1? King g1 is the best idea. Actually, to give up the pawn. He goes king g1. Oh my God, what? Gukesh is still able to find moves in such less time. I am impressed. Okay, now if queen takes a6 here, then Gukesh will go queen d2, attacking this guy over here. And if Magnus will try to defend, then there is queen d5 check. Okay, let's not go into all the complications. Let's just watch right now. Queen h7, queen is coming from h2, force king f1, king check, force this, check is going to happen. But this guy needs to be controlled here. कहाँ तक पहुंचा? The pawn has reached a7. Gukesh needs to play king d1. Once again finds the only move. Well done. Amazingly. In 40 seconds he finds it. Would have loved to analyze why no other move was working out. But right now let's just see this, because we need to be in the present tense. Goku, Goku, Goku. ये तो बुलेट मैच हो गया अभी. Yes, absolutely. King d1. Magnus kept trying. Magnus is trying to bring at every point such situations where Gukesh needs to find a only move. But Gukesh is finding only moves until now. It's been 75 moves. Now queen a5. Now can you support it? It's going to be a race here. Gukesh's pawn is faster, guys, but a7 तक पहुंच गया है वो. It's faster. This guy is one step behind. Gukesh goes queen e5. He says, no, I don't want to get into a race of competitiveness. I'll rather take it and keep it simple. Let's be friends. Queen e5. But what happens to g2? क्या g2 g1 देगा Magnus को? Oh, g2 has been played by Magnus. Queen f4 check, king e6. Magnus decides to keep one pawn on g2. वो बोल रहा है कि नहीं, I want to compete. Queen e3 check, stops g1. Also, defends a7. And now, this a2 pawn, who has been the monk in this game, might become like the wise person. Might come into the world suddenly. Who knows at which point? King going closer to this thing here. After such a tiring game, if they end in a draw and then they have to play Armageddon, what stamina these guys need. Crazy. King c7. Gukesh is thinking, but yeah, now things look like in control. He gives a check. King c7. Are they going to repeat here? Oh, are they repeating? Finally they are repeating. Love from Turkey says her say. अरे क्या बात है? Draw agreed. Okay. Is it true? Yes, draw. Gukesh has done it, guys. Absolutely Gukesh OP, because there were number of moments to find the accurate move against a player like Magnus Carlsen with such less time. Today he has shown such a nerve control. I cannot believe it, guys. We were almost like, no, this is so difficult now because of the pressure and because of his opponent. But what we have seen right now is a true classy player. Guys, this guy, we have to look out for him. Gukesh OP, ho hi jai. Standing ovation. Gukesh OP, guys. Gukesh OP. Future world champion, says Avdesh. Proud of this little guy, says Saumyadhar. Guki OP. Iceman Gukesh, says Mohit. Yes. Hemang says love from Antarctica. Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, only 17 years old. Oof, man. Solid tension आया था. Solid tension आया था ये game में. What can we say, guys? This was crazy. Guys, don't go, because Armageddon, exactly like Rakshit says, we are going to be having Gukesh versus Magnus right now. Another game. Gukesh will have 10 minutes, Magnus will have 7 minutes. A draw or a win for Magnus, which will mean that Magnus wins. Even a draw from black is equal to Magnus wins. So Gukesh will need to beat Magnus, and he will have 3 minutes more. That's the only thing he has extra, 3 minutes more to beat Magnus. Can he do that? Can he beat Magnus? Let's see. I think the game will start in definitely not in within 10 minutes, 100% not in 10 minutes, and I will all of you drink water. साइड बाय साइड रक्षित डुअल स्क्रीन जो भी रहेगा दूसरा स्क्रीन को मारो गोली. बस 17 मिनट के लिए एक ही स्क्रीन. भाई केशव मरवाएगा क्या? इतना एनर्जी कमेंट्री किया अभी बुलेट खेलने के लिए. हाँ, आई नो यू गाइज वांट टू बीट मी. यू नो दैट आई एम जस्ट नॉट. I just don't have any energy. Santi says, go Magnus. We have Magnus supporters as well, of course. OP commentary, are thank you, Abhijit. What if classic match is draw and second match win? By any player rating increase in classical or not? Yes, this would be rated only right now. Armageddon is rated or no? That will not impact classical rating, by the way. No, maybe Armageddon will not even impact a blitz rating. Maybe we need to start Armageddon rating now. Earthling says 17. बोला था ना मैंने 17 exactly. So we can say that. Rakshit says I am making Maggie. किस किस को खाना है? Red Bull नहीं यार निखिल जोशी. I don't drink any of the. There was a time when I was soft drinks addict. For every game I used to take a bottle of Coca-Cola with me for a long time. And then one fine day I saw what happens to your teeth in that thing, you know, how it melts or something like that. In any way, I just, once I decide to stop something, after that I haven't drank even a sip. मैगी यार सागर रहता ना रक्षित खाता ही था. ही लव्स मैगी. आई हैव टू हाइड मैगी एट होम. इनफैक्ट वी फाइट ओवर मैगी. सो अच्छा है कि ही वो सोया है, और अच्छा भी है कि घर पे नहीं है, नहीं तो अभी वो भी मैगी खाता था. या गुकेश एंड मैग्नस डेफिनेटली नीड अ रेड बुल. रक्षित अभी 1 वीक से ही स्टॉप किया है क्या? वापस हाथ मत लगाना. इट्स डेंजरस. Abhijit asks, how much stronger will Gukesh get in the next 4 to 5 years? As good as a world champion? Santi says Gukesh has to play aggressive because he cannot afford to draw. Yeah, I mean, opening right now is very important. You should try Patanjali juice, okay? Arjun's game. We did not check the full game. We have to check a few games. Let me just take 5 minutes, like just relax. No chess for me, 2 minutes. Maybe I'll talk to all of you guys. It's fun. It's been a long time as well. What is the best food Sagar prepares at home which you like? Oh, he prepares amazing tea every morning. He prepares tea for me. And I do miss right now when he's not here. खुद को चाय बनाना पड़ता है. But yeah, he really does it well. I mean, I am such a bad cook that I actually mess up Maggie as well. That's the whole point. अच्छा, रक्षित says Abhidaya was shocked. ए अभिदया को आदत नहीं लगाई ना. बेचारा सीधा साधा भोला भाला. Sushant, thank you so much. Deep breathing. 5-minute meditation. हाँ. We'll have to. Black Lotus OP. मैं बोलने ही वाली थी, विदित से सीखना पड़ेगा. No, I don't feel sleepy when he is talking. Okay, but guys, we have to see one more thing. So right now we are going to be seeing Gukesh versus Carlsen, and I think few of you wanted to check out something. So we had, by the way, today we had Vidit versus Swidler. Very short game. Should I also try Sagar, calling Sagar? 1 second. But waking him up. No, but he may not want to miss it. What a dilemma. On one hand, okay, I'm calling him. Let's try. सोने दो भाई को, थक गए होंगे. सोने दो. नहीं उठाया नहीं तो समझ जाएंगे. ये ऑटो कट नहीं होता है क्या कॉल? Thought it gets out of it. Okay, he's sleeping, so let him sleep, if at all. He might dream of the game. Okay, I tried. So Sagar is slept off, guys. He's there at Nagpur, and it's a lot of coverage there, and he edits the videos. He wakes up in the morning, early morning. So I think he would have gone to sleep. It's okay, doesn't matter. It's all good here. If he sees the call, he'll come back. If he doesn't come back, then yes, we all are here together. So this was Vidit's game in Nagpur right now today with Swidler. He was white, and English opening happened. Okay, he played a3 over here. d5 break already by Swidler. Still they are in the opening. Main line, bishop e3, queen goes to d8. Lot of games here in this line. C takes d5 by Vidit. Knight d5, knight d5, e d5, and Vidit goes g3. A nice home there for the bishop against this IQP. Also you see that these two guys are taking good control, stopping the d4 idea. Bishop e7, bishop g2, and now bishop f6 by Swidler. He attacks b2, he gives the d5 pawn, Vidit takes the pawn, bishop takes b2, rook a2, bishop is attacked, check, but he goes back with the bishop. Once again the bishop goes back and queens get exchanged. But look at this, Vidit's knight on c5, bishop on g2, both in attacking, and these two guys very passive there. So knight goes to e6, knight e4. Oh, knight a6, what a move. Why did he not take here, by the way? Rook b8 and then rook b1. He didn't want to get into things like that, so he doesn't take. He goes knight a6. What a cool move. Pin today is a day of pins. So many pins we are looking at. And over there, castle played by Swidler. Bishop goes to b4, rook is attacked, rook goes to d8, rook d2. He challenges the rook exchange because once these rook gets exchanged, there is pressure down here, and if this rook becomes active, then this rook on a8 is going to be out of the game. So knight d4, Swidler plays knight d4, but it's not a good idea because it was in fact a big mistake. Vidit finds it white to play. If you guys have not seen the game, what should Vidit play here? Can you tell me the idea? Ujjwal says, I'm from Nagpur. Where is the tournament happening? Okay. 1 second. I don't know the venue, but you can, we have the article written on Chessbase India. You can maybe check there. There's also circulars everywhere. AICF on Chessbase India calendar also. Castle, ba5, knight c7, knight c7. Yes, but the idea was knight c7 is the right move. You have attacked the rook. Rook b8 was forced, and here was the main idea. The knight goes to d5 at this point, attacks the f6 bishop. Knight f6, gf6 is also a big threat there. Bishop e7 also incoming. In fact, a lot of things happening there. e3, knight moves, and knight f6, rook d8 discourse there. So knight d5, and Swidler actually made an inaccuracy. Bishop f5. After the next move, Swidler resigned. What was the next move which Vidit played and Swidler resigned? अरे मनवीर सिंह, हैप्पी बर्थडे टुडे. होप आपके बर्थडे पे गुकेश मैग्नस को हराएगा. गुकी ओपी हुआ ना चैट में, नॉट यूट्यूबर. यस वेल डन. देवेन, अभिमन्यु, गैगिक. Swidler reminds me of the Flash's villain Fiddler. Acha, I have not seen him. Rook d4, and Swidler resigns because if bishop d4, then knight e7 and wins a piece here. You cannot go king f8. There is a disco king h8 and knight takes f5. 2 pieces for a rook. So this Swidler just resigned, and with it wins the game. Okay, by the way, let me just have a look at Carlsen and have they started? No, not yet at all. So Prakhar says Vidit basically played without his h1. Yeah, you can say that. Absolutely. True. मैंने मिस कर दिया फाइनल मोमेंट्स. अरे नॉट यूट्यूबर, ऐसे कैसे मिस कर दिया. Okay, so this was the Vidit's game today. By the way, Ronak also beat Nigel Short here. Oops. Yeah, this was the last position there, but he played Sicilian. All of you who love Sicilian from no, it was close Sicilian. Knight d4 he goes. This is opening. a6, bishop goes back, knight goes back. Oh, knight d5. What a move by Nigel Short. Whoa. Wow. What happens if you take here? And he takes here. And what happens? Rook e1 check is the idea, and d6. Oh, wow, guys. That is so cool. That is so cool. Nice one. Did you like it? So, he goes he doesn't take. He goes g6, rook e1, bg7. Ronak just simply continues with his typical close Sicilian ke against setup. g6, e6, d6. You can also have the pawn on e5, by the way. Knight c6, knight e7. Knight on e7 is better than knight on f6 in close Sicilian. And he castles b4, b5, Finally the bishop goes back, but Ronak goes c4 so that he gets opposite and white doesn't get full center control. f5 break in the air, bishop b2, takes. Yes, he has these two guys over here in open files, but in return he is getting a lot of activity. And look here, rook takes f3. What a sacrifice by Ronak. Wow, queen f8. Though it is better for white, it's never easy to play against such kind of sacrifices. It's always slightly difficult. Game between Magnus and Gukesh has not yet started. I think they will start in exactly 5 minutes. Exactly 5 minutes. Bishop e3, and Ronak's pieces are completely... Wow, d4 was played, found by Ronak, opening the bishop here. c4, blunder by Nigel, shot here. b takes c4, queen takes c4, knight e5 he went for, rook e5, bishop e5, rook a3, trying to defend f3, bishop g7, queen goes back, knight goes back. Now knight is jumping to f4, but Nigel was feeling suffocation, so he goes f4 himself. Light square bishops get exchanged, and light squares are now very weak, so black's queen jumps to take control of light square. Also the pawn on the d file just rolling. Knight h4, the queen is already overloaded with too many things. Knight f3, and the king was massacred by Ronak. He beats Nigel's shot. What an amazing game he played. Brilliant. Oh my god, shit, Magnus's game started. Just started. e4, e5 very quickly. Let's go. Come on, Gukesh. Bishop g5. They have gone around the same opening. Knight d2 was played. No g5 over here yet. Magnus goes castle. Gukesh is thinking right now. Gukesh will go a4. Yes, he goes a4 over here. Magnus will put the bishop on e6. If you take, he's happy with the fe6 and getting the open file. Gukesh says rook e1. No taking on e6. Come on, guys. Join in. You don't want to miss Gukesh versus Magnus Armageddon. Gukesh needs to beat Magnus. Bishop takes c4. Knight takes c4. And b5 by Magnus is a bad move. Magnus has made a bad move. A positionally very, very bad move. It's going to become weak. Gukesh must go knight e3 right now. And it's a lovely position for him. He can in fact even go knight a3. But he should not take here. Just maintain it. Magnus has weakened the a6 pawn too soon. Actually. Whoa. Gukesh is taking his time at the right moment. That is good. We just saw today Anish versus Nakamura where ab5 is not the best idea there, because you would be happy with this pawn over there. Knight a5 now. Magnus will take the knight. Yes, he takes the knight. Rook a5. Not as powerful. But Armageddon, and let's not forget, both the players are completely tired. They are completely tired. Okay, now you will have to take rook b5 and put the rook in danger. Maybe even sacrifice the rook, because otherwise it can get tough for you to give up the control. Wow. So b5, it was very important to not take on b5. Very important. Guys, one thing is true. We cannot expect perfect chess here. They have played from 8:30 to 12:30, an intense game. Till the last moment the game was intense. And in 20 minutes with whatever some preparation, they are back here. And imagine, with so much stress, because everything depends on this game. Oh my god, Gukesh, you have to play. You have to maintain the time advantage. Okay, he plays rook b5. Well done. That was a brave decision there. It's not getting trapped. c6. This is hanging. g5 by Magnus. Oh my god. Magnus is just going rash completely. Ignore Gukesh. Not the time to take here. He goes bishop g3. Well done. because not enough pieces right now with Gukesh. So bishop g3, Magnus is thinking, what is he going to do? Is he going to attack the rook right now? But you have c4, or is he going to play rook b8 with the idea of c? He goes knight d7 with the idea of c6 rook trap. Now Gukesh needs to, yes, he finds it. What a move. d4, well done. If c6, Gukesh is ready to sacrifice the exchange. Lovely. In return, he also wins the pawn here. Magnus not ready to give up that pawn. He goes f6. Now the threat is again c6. What will Gukesh do here? Once again an important moment for him. But this is clear that eventually he is going to sacrifice his rook. d5, fe5. Oh, c4, h4 break. There are a lot of tempting options. So you feel like you want to use the time. He has 6 minutes 50 seconds. It's coming down. 1.5 minute difference between Magnus and Gukesh. It started with 3 minutes. But if the position is better, it is okay. What will he do? Will he try to bring the rook to d5, trying to come back? h4 is really interesting, but not an easy decision at all. g4, knight goes back and the queen attacks the g4 pawn. Another idea is to go c4 and for c6 give up an exchange here. Once again with these ideas. Oh, he goes c4. Wow. He goes c4. That is cool. c6 by Magnus. He's not going to think at all because there is no other option. Because a lot of threats otherwise. Queen d5 check. c5. Come on. Come on, Gukesh. Increment right now. No increment. Or is it 1 second? No increment. Of course, no increment. That's the whole point. Magnus is thinking. Good thing. Gukesh is making Magnus think. Of course, he's going to play c6. No doubt. And Gukesh will take. Yes, c6 has happened. And Gukesh, you right now don't spend much time because that's the only move. Yes, he plays it very fast. Takes. And next move in c5. dc5. Is it going towards simplification though? dc5, what is Gukesh going to play? For dc5, Gukesh will take knight e5. This is attack. Knight g6 in the air. But he plays knight d7. Magnus goes knight d7 and Gukesh takes the pawn here. Queen e6. Gukesh is clearly better but very difficult with less time. Queen c2. Why is he going queen c2? Why did he not go h4? What is his plan? Okay, his plan is to attack on c6. What happens for queen d6? Queen d6, maybe he has check in mind and then h4. But Magnus goes rook a6 right now. Okay, come on, Gukesh, can he find a move knight e5? Because if knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, queen takes e5. Guys, here is the tactic. That's why Magnus is rook a6 move. Hanging somewhere and Gukesh finds it. Well done. If this happens in queen c4 check and you lose the rook. So knight e5, Gukesh finds it. Whoa. Come on. Knight, what did he play? Rook a2. Magnus goes rook a2. Finds a good move for knight e5. Once again, Gukesh, what is he going to do now? Queen c4 will go towards simplification. Not done. Oh, queen a2. What is that? What is that? What a queen sacrifice. For 2 pieces and how many pawns? 3 pawns. In a way, if you count the points, it's equal. Materially, it's equal. But, okay, this is crazy. I mean, firstly, what a tough decision by Gukesh. Simply brave. May not be the best, but definitely brave. What is going on, guys? Gukesh gives the queen. Queen takes knight d7. Makes Magnus think. Magnus is down to 3 minutes. What is he going to do? This pawn is going to roll. I just can't believe the position which we are looking at. One of the most exciting games we are having. Knight f6, king f7, e5. Okay. Will Magnus? Yeah, he finds it, man. Magnus also, when he has to find only moves, he doesn't miss it. Now either f4 or rook f1. He goes f3 though. But then Gukesh really needs to take care of the 7th rank. Once again, this can get trouble. f3. Oof. Okay, what is Magnus thinking? He can take the pawn on b4 as well. You cannot push this. This will be hanging. There needs to be some shifting there to be able to push these pawns. They are the main compensation for the queen. What a queen sacrifice. Good part is everything else is defended. Everything else is well connected. But the weak point, g2, is a weak point. Queen b4 played by Magnus. And now it's a tough situation. What do you do? A move like h3. Can you play that? h4. Can you play that? Or if you want to bring the knight back, look at this. The king sits on e6 very well. So this natural move knight g4, the king comes to e6 with the idea of rook a8. Okay, he goes h3. Oh my god, he goes h3. 4 minutes to 20 seconds. And Magnus goes rook a8 right now. Will he go king h2? Will he go king h2? That was the plan of h3, to keep the king safe over there. Will he come back with the knight? Will he come back? Is knight g4 okay? No, knight g4 is never okay. Why? Because the king sits on e6 and this knight is too far from it to give a check. So if king is the blockader, that's why knight g4 ideas are not good. But Gukesh, you need to not think right now because Magnus has less time and you have your pieces. Magnus only has 2 forces. Gukesh has these 3 forces plus these pawns are also very strong forces. Come on, Gukesh. Go king h2. That was your plan of h3. Okay, he goes d7. But what if things are still protected? Has he stopped rook a2? That's the point for now. If check, what is he going to do? Bishop f2. Oh, it's crazy. It says equal, but what it means is unclear. It's not equal. It's nothing close to equal. It's unclear, guys. Anything can happen. Queen d4 check. Now he will decide either of the moves, but you need to play fast. I think Magnus will keep his king on e6. Yes, he goes king e6. Exactly. Not easy to find moves for white here. Because if you move the knight, then the d7 is hanging. So the knight is tied down here to d7. Bishop tied down for e5. Bishop tied down for e1. Rook is the one which can move. Maybe rook is the only one which can move. He's the only guy. But where do you want to move the rook? Do you want to attack the queen here? Do you want to go rook c1 here? Do you want to go rook f1 with the idea of f4 break? He is coming down to 2 minutes 30 seconds. But we have seen Magnus making mistakes in this game. That's why anything is possible. He keeps the rook on e2. And right now, Magnus can create some complications with the move h5. Because knight h5 is a pseudo attack as d7 is hanging. And h5, h4 is quite powerful there. Of course, Magnus doesn't need to be very ambitious. He just needs a draw. So he could keep making simple moves and ask Gukesh, what is your plan? How do you progress here? And it's not easy to find a way to make progress. Oh no, that was wrong. Actually, he's gone rook c1 and c5. This is what has happened. Can you go here? Because if queen d7, then there is check. And if king d7, no, you don't have rook d1. But you'll still give a check, and this pawn goes. Maybe knight e4. Time becoming equal. But theek hai, fine, that's okay. You need to play. c4 is coming. What else can you do? Okay, anyway, knight e4, c4. What else is he going to play? He goes knight e4. What if c4? Oh. Not easy. Not easy. But what a game Gukesh is playing. बस मज़ा आ रहा है. मज़ा तो आ ही रहा है. कुछ भी बोलो. c4 by Magnus. And slowly Magnus is starting to put Gukesh under trouble. Now he is threatening to take here as there is no knight c5 anymore. Well, maybe you want to play knight d6, but you do get scared of this pawn also. He goes knight d6. Can he go c3? c3 once again attack the pawn. Maybe you'll have to give up the knight. Yeah, c2 is hanging. Maybe you will have to give up the knight. What else to do? You cannot let the pawn be there. Yeah, right now difficult. He plays c3, knight e4. Still stays in the game. Magnus down to 25 seconds. Magnus ke paas 5 seconds when he'll be left with, who knows. Okay, what happened? For knight e4, Magnus took here. Gukesh took the c3 pawn. King d8 by Magnus. Still, because Gukesh has this guy here, it's a force. But g2 is weak now. Queen e3 blunder. Why? e6. Is there a mating attack? Gukesh needs to play e6. Only move. What is happening if e6? Is there a mating attack? Bishop e5, bishop f6 check. Oh my god. So Gukesh right now is winning, but only if he finds e6. He doesn't find it. He goes rook c3. Queen d4, rook c2. How it was winning is still I don't even know that. That's another thing that yes, you do play e6, but you don't know how to win there. Oh, but that was it. Like, as we know, yeah, Magnus can make mistakes. We are seeing Magnus making mistakes. Rook a1 now. Okay, this is getting tough for the white king. Magnus, how does he manage? Gukesh did got that chance, but 10 seconds, 9, no, 8 seconds, e6, just some desperate attempt there, mate in 1. You need to move the bishop. Oh, he gives a check, but then king e6. The pawn is lost. What happened? That's over. Queen e1 check and he loses the knight. The final mistake, also flag falls. Actually, Magnus had 4 seconds, so it could have been some more complications that it would be Magnus's flag would have fallen. And he was so much there when he got the opportunity to play e6. But okay, good game Gukesh. How was it winning? Just to know, by the way, here when Magnus made a blunder. Why was this a blunder? Takes, king moves, rook c6. Queen e3 was a blunder by Magnus. Guys, so this was a chance for Gukesh. And what was exactly happening? It was e6 basically. So let's say, what is the threat? I still don't understand. This is not. Maybe to give a check if rook goes to a1 with the idea of mate. Then there is bishop c7 check. And look, you cannot bring the king in disco because the queen is on the dark square and you lose the queen. But if you go with king to e7, then there is another check. If king again takes here, there is a disco. If king goes back to d8, then there is e7 check. Forced king e8 now. No, king d7 is also there. Whichever. And then the beautiful part is because the bishop is supported and the bishop is supporting the e7 pawn, there is a check. And this is the beautiful part. If king goes to e6, e8 queen with a check. And if king goes to e8, nevertheless, you have number of ways to continue. Rook c8 check would be the simplest way. And anyway, you have a queen. Okay, so that, in fact, this is a mate, checkmate. So here, if black, if Magnus would have played rook a1, and if he would have got into something like this, even there was time for Gukesh to go bishop d6 with the idea of checkmate. You see 3 squares are controlled and there is no mate here because the king escapes and the king has an escape route, so that's not a problem there. So rook a1 is useless, but if not rook a1, let's say, and if a move like king e7 would have been played, still bishop d6 was coming. And how is it winning if king e8 now? Okay, number of ways. Rook c7 with the idea of knight f6 check. King will have to go here. e7 check. Wow, let's just see what's happening. h5 for example. Do you want to play knight f6? King d8, rook d7, king c8. And the king, basically you are trying to mate the king with the 3 pieces. That was the idea. No, not easy, yaar. Not at all easy. What do you think, guys? Was this easy? In 30 seconds, no. Definitely a book like Position White to play and how to win. And maybe you also find e6. But with 30-40 seconds to build this whole thing up is... no, not easy. But I think the key point, guys, when Gukesh sacrificed he really played beautifully, like such imbalances there. Here when he played queen c2, here itself, at every time computer was suggesting either h3 or h4, and it was important to break this structure and to weaken this structure. That was important. Now, so that was one thing, because for h4, g4, knight h2, and you try to win this pawn. The another idea was here when he found knight e5, rook a2, he took on a2, and that became another game in itself. But otherwise he could have played queen d3, and this time if knight a5, still same works because you have rook on a2, so that would have still worked. Queen d3 and you were still in game. And for takes, if you don't take with the queen, maybe this is what Gukesh did not like it. But once again, this was completely crazy to assess. I think takes, rook had to go back, otherwise he'll lose the rook. And maybe this is too simplified for him, but the king is weak, would be slightly better. Oh my god, क्या ही गेम था पर, मतलब मैग्नस के साथ you don't get such kind of games, like you need to create them. It's not, Magnus is not going to give that in your hand, he's going to keep the control. To even create such a game against Magnus with so many imbalances and so much dynamics and whoa, I think hats off still. Yeah, I mean, no matter what the result is, hats off to Gukesh. बिल्कुल भी easy नहीं था in time pressure. Yes, too complicated. Absolutely. He should not sack his queen. I think with white you need to win, right? As we were discussing, white से जीतना ज़रूरी है. So what happens with queen a2 is you keep such an imbalanced position with 3 pieces and all. We are here seeing the engine, but for him it's like black was, actually Magnus was, was using more time. There was a 3-minute gap and Gukesh was right there, but it's still not enough time. Yeah, it's a very complicated position. Even that unclear position was still preferable for white with his pawns and the bishop and the knight. Anyway, but क्या ही करे जा, amazing Gukesh. Rakshit says, when the great speed chess championship champion Hikaru failed to beat Magnus in Armageddon, credits to Gukesh for creating realistic chances. Completely. Agreed. Live rating of Gukesh after today's match. नहीं पता नहीं रे अभी. Oh yeah, but with that draw in classical game, he will increase rating, right? What would his rating be? Yeah, Gukesh is 2739, or is it yet to update? No, it's updated, it seems. 2739. Yeah. 1.6 plus due to draw with Magnus. Okay. Rakshi said I was lazy, so I ordered pizza instead of making Maggie. Game खत्म हो गया और अब आया pizza. अरे क्या ही ट्रेजेडी रक्षित. अभी पिज़्ज़ा ठंडा मत करो. The only problem of ordering pizza is पिज़्ज़ा अगर ठंडा हो जाए ना तो उसमें और एक पैक्ड ब्रेड में कोई फ़र्क नहीं लगता है. But guys, thank you so much for encouraging Gukesh and cheering him and being there and just being very positive. So मज़ा आया. लोग हैं चैट में जो चाहते हैं कि मैं अभी बुलेट खेल के मर जाऊं, but I'm gonna stay alive a little bit more, guys. So microwave oven OP for that reason. Yeah, we don't use microwave, so I completely forget about that. True. So ठीक है, तो कल मिलते हैं. Gukesh will strike back tomorrow. Who is his opponent? Maybe time to show you finally the standings here. Let's see. Standings. We have Caruana 10.5, sole leader by, oh my god, 4 points more. Hikaru on 6.5, Firuza on 6, Gukesh on 5.5. Today he had a great chance, but okay. 5.5, Anish on 5, Nodirbek 5, Wesley 5, Magnus 4.5, slowly joining, Mamedaro 4 and Aryan Tari on 2. And tomorrow, what are the pairings? Tomorrow's pairings are Nodirbek versus Gukesh. Once again, the Olympiad revenge match. I mean, it has happened number of times, but one more time. Fabiano versus Mamedaro. Fabiano in sole lead. Played a brilliant combination today. Wesley versus Ali Reza tomorrow. Nakamura versus Aryan Tari. And Magnus versus Anish Giri. Guys, that's going to be cool. Anish is black. So, मज़ा आने वाला है. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you for your crazy energy, Amruta. Take rest. Good night. Yes, Rakshit. Good night. Enjoy your pizza. Thank you, Sambit. And thank you, Travel with Nikhil Roshan. So, मिलते हैं कल with the same energy and with Maggie and pizzas and popcorns. Bye bye, guys. See you tomorrow. And do watch our other things also which are happening there. Vidit is playing in Nagpur. There's a rating tournament. Ronak is playing. Nigel Short, Swidler. Lot of material, videos. Check it out. Sagar is also there. Shahid is there. So do check that all out. As of now, I'm gonna take your leave and end the stream. Good night. Sweet dreams. Tada, bye bye.